clap, eh? Sawa. So this is the best part of, when I say, concentrate here. When I say, Tina si hambale toy 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 siaya, wanyamaza ile toy 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 siaya. Have you seen? Siaya, wanyamaza ile toy 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 siaya. Sawa. Sawa. Let's try it. Wanyamaza na siaya bo. You clap, comrades. Mnaniangusha jo. Hey. Wanyamazana siaya bo. Wanyamazana bubute. Wanyamazana siaya bo. Wanyamazana bubute bo. Tina si hambale toy toy toy. Wanyamaza ile toy toy toy. Tina si hambale toy toy toy. Wanyamaza ile toy toy toy. Viva comrades, viva. So we'll do wimbo wa mapambano, and at
Viva comrades, viva. When they kill us,
our children will continue with the struggle. When they kill us,
our children will continue
to Kisumu yawa. When they kill us,
our children will continue with the struggle.
When they kill us,
our children will continue with the struggle.
Viva comrades, viva!
Viva!
Forward with the struggle, forward!
Forward!
Forward with the struggle, forward! Forward with the people, forward! More power to our women, more power!
More power!
More power to our women, more power!
More power!
More power to the people, more power!
More power!
Long live the defiant spirit of the people of Kisumu, long live!
Long live!
Long live the defiant spirit of people of Kisumu, long live!
Long live!
More power to our women, more power!
More power!
So before we do Wimbo Mapambano, we'll have a moment of silence in honor of our women. We saw yesterday while we were on the streets. In Kisumu it was very peaceful. In other counties it was very peaceful. But we saw in Nairobi what the police did. We saw what the government did. And now it is clear that the government is against the people. Viva comrades, viva. The government of the day is against the people. And that is why we are in a struggle. And it is clear that this government is promoting femicide in our country. So we'll have a moment of silence in remembrance of those women that we've lost in the struggle. Thank you. While remaining standing, I'll request all comrades to come here so that we can do wimbo wa mapambano. Naomba comrades wote wenye wako hapa. Msifanye nianze kuwataja one by one.
Kisumu comrades,
loving comrades, here we are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall need you, for the things you've done for us. Vihiga comrades, loving comrades, here we are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall need you, for the things you've done for us. Nitawatoa tu pole pole, na waona tu mnanihepa lakini ni sawa. So we'll do wimbo mapambano. This is our struggle song. So mkono yako left tutaweka kwa kifua yako. Comrade, why are you there? Kindly come in front. Comrades wangu leo wananiangusha, wananihepa tu nikiwaona tu. Ni sawa tu, tutapatana nyuma ya tent. So these are our struggle songs. It reminds us of our struggle. It reminds us of our communities. It reminds us of the day. Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha, hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu, ya jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya hawa wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda. Tukomboe utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupe tuliangushe. Haki na uhuru zichanue, haki na uhuru zichanue, na uhuru wetu, uhuru wetu wa Kenya tupiganie, na katiba yetu, katiba yetu wa Kenya tutekeleze, na vijana wetu, vijana wetu wa Kenya tuwatetee, na wamama wetu, wamama wetu wa Kenya tuwatetee, na mashujaa wetu, mashujaa wetu wa Kenya tuwakumbuke. Holeyo, holeyo. You can get seated. Thank you so much. Nimekutesa.
Thank you so much, Generali, and the entire team. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these songs call deep into our souls as Kenyans. As we think through some of the pertinent issues that affect the governance structure or happen within the country. As you're here, feel free, welcome, and be part of this event. One of the things that you're looking at today is to discuss the matter of debt. How does it affect you as an ordinary person? Over and over time again, one of the biggest stories that we've had in this country is how we have debt. But the question is this: as an ordinary person, as a simple Kenyan who is walking the streets of Kisumu, of Nairobi, of Nakuru, and any other part of Kenya, how does this affect you? What about if you're in the village, like my village in Apondo, Ahero? What if you're in Busia? What if you are in Moroni, Seme, or whichever part of this nation you come from, how does the debt conversation affect you? Ladies and gentlemen, that one will lace it with the aspect of corruption. At this particular point in time, allow me to call the hype man to be on stage. When he comes over thereafter, then we get into the conversation and have the first key address for the team. Over to you, sir.
Right. Mic check 1 2. Sawa sawa. So tunaenda kufanya hivi, nataka kila mtu asimame juu. Sawa sawa. Kila mtu asimame juu, tu stretch kidogo, alafu tuendelee. Sawa sawa? My super DJ yako wapi? DJ umepotea. Kila mtu tafadhali. Kila mtu nikisema piga makofi unapiga makofi. Sawa sawa? Piga makofi, piga makofi. Piga makofi tafadhali. Piga makofi, piga makofi. Piga makofi tafadhali. Naitwa Dantes, natoka Ubunga, napenda mastingo. Siwasikii, energy iko chini. Naitwa Dantes, natoka Ubunga, napenda mastingo. Sawa sawa, my super DJ, when you are ready. Kila mtu nipe mikono moja juu, kila mtu nipe mikono moja juu. Mikono moja juu. Ingine tena juu, weka hiyo ingine juu. Nice, nice. Watu wa stick-ons mko na pesa. Weka mikono juu, weka mikono juu. Are you ready? Nipe volume kidogo, technician nipe bass. Are you ready? Tunaenda hapa, tuende dance. Una dance pole pole. Ulimi bado rhythm. Everybody dance. Alafu tuna clap juu. Tuende. Silabi simple kama a e i o u. Rudia everybody clap. Are you ready? Nataka tuwafundishe dance. Twende, two fingers in the sky. Kunja ngumi. Twende chini. Sio ngumu. Songa mbele kidogo. One more time, one more time. 1 2 fingers in the sky. Kunja ngumi. Everybody dance. Sio ngumu kudecide. Twende dance. Wapo unajua kuanguka nayo. Wake up hivi. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. DJ shikilia kwanza. DJ. Kujeni madansa, kujeni tufanye kitu. Kujeni. Changamka teke. DJ leta Oskido, kuja dansa, songa hapa hivi. Ambia jirani ndo tunaanza. Ama super DJ, twende kazi. Are you ready? Are you ready? Twende. Everybody dance. Alafu weka mikono juu. Tunaenda hapa hivi. Twende. To the left. To the right. To the left. Alafu neka juu. Twende.
Wanauliza kolo kwani uli. Okay. Wengi hawajui nilishabaduka. Kama shujaa si nilipata luka.
Everybody dance. Alafu twende chini.
Kumbe hapa siri ni kuchangamuka. Sasa anga zangu chonjo ninatamba. Mimi niko na Yesu nilijanjaruka. Kutoboa.
Alafu weka hapa hivi. Are you ready? Weka selfie. DJ leta wengine. Are you ready? Kila mtu ameweka selfie. Weka juu kidogo. Weka juu kidogo. Smile kidogo, nani atuko kazini. Are you ready? Siwasikia, are you ready? Are you ready? Comrades power. DJ twende kazi. Oskido, are you ready? Weka, alafu unakuja hapa hivi. Una jump kidogo, nani fanya exercise. Kila mtu. Alafu unaweka selfie na hapa hivi. Alafu unaongeza mkono mwingine. Alafu una clap. Everybody clap. Are you ready? Kila mtu. Are you ready? 1 2. Weka juu kidogo, twende. Weka kwa kichwa. Weka kwa kiuno. Unaruka. 1 2 3 twende. Kwa kichwa. Kwa Wangapi wanajua mapiano? Are you ready? DJ, ngoja kwanza. Tupige mapiano ama tusipige? Tupige mapiano ama tusipige? DJ nipe mapiano. Are you ready? Weka mguu moja mbele. Are you ready? Everybody dance. Alafu na kufundisha dance nyingine. Weka mkono hapa hivi. 1, 2, 3, 12. Everybody dance. 20. Alafu unanipa ya mkono. 20 dance. Everybody dance. 20 dance. Alafu unanipa hapa hivi. 20. Kila mtu dance. Alafu 20. Weka energy kidogo. Alafu 20 dance. 20 zunguka nayo. 20 dance. Alafu nanipa 20. Wema dance kidogo. Alafu anguka nayo. Wangapi wanajua kusetit? 1, 2, 3, 20. Setit. Alafu wangapi wanajua hii dance? Alafu unarudi nyuma kidogo. Alafu unasonga mbele. Alafu 20. Anguka nayo. Kila mtu wololo. Kila mtu naitwa Dantes, natoka Ubungo, anapenda masingo. Ya kwanza kudansi, ya pili anguka nayo. 20 dance. DJ. Thank you so much. Jipigie makofi tafadhali.
Give it up for the hype man, Dantes. Guys, don't be mean with the applause. Give it up for Dantes.
Yeah.
Moving on swiftly. You are all energized, right? Ladies and gentlemen, for a very long time, there's a team that has been in Kisumu that has been passionate about governance and the way it works within the spaces. It has been in every part of this community, but it's been consistent over a period of time. This team is called TEAM. They will tell you what TEAM means. But if you remember, there's a gentleman called George C. A good number of you who have been in the CSO space within Kisumu, you fondly remember George C. He's one of the founders of the team. George C. is the late. He passed and left us some times back. But he has left a formidable team that is still calling itself team. So Cliff, I am giving you the opportunity to come over and talk to us. What does team do? And in the team, what does the entire team work for? And what do they stand for? Karibu sana. Give it up for Cliff, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you. Can you use this? Yes, yes.
Viva comrades, viva. Hiyo ni viva kweli. Viva comrades, viva. Viva one more time. Viva comrades, viva. Thank you. Team is well known to most of you. I've been tasked here to give a very small opening statement about the alliance that we're having today, this assembly that has brought us together to talk about debt. Itakuwa boring kiasi, lakini itabidi musikie. Why do you want to talk about debt? Debt in one way or the other affects you, me and everybody else. And as you can see, there's been a delay in the funds for our counties, and services have terribly been affected. Kutoka health, see education, every aspect of our life is affected. So it's come a time when we need to be vigilant. As citizens, especially of Kisumu, mnakumbuka Kisumu Ongea experiment? Hello? Do you remember that hashtag? Yes, it's important that we stay vigilant on the way our resources are used in the budgeting process. Lazima tuwe ready kuchukua information and use it effectively as young people, as citizens. Wanasema sisi tuko wengi. Ni kweli? Hello? Mko ama mko? So it's our time to take decisions seriously. We can only take decisions seriously if you have access to proper information. Proper information ya kubudget, the budgeting process, how resources are used in the county, and how you engage power. You can't engage power with rhetoric. You can only engage power with information. Comrades, power. Comrades, power. Thank you. Welcome. Asanteni sana.
So much, ladies and gentlemen. At this particular moment in time, if you remember, in the first communication that we did, we said that this was supposed to be at Maseno University. We do not know, we are yet to know the calls that came through, that now we find ourselves in a church hosting an event that was supposed to be in a university. One of the questions is, who made that call? Why was that call necessary? A university is a thinking space where we express our thoughts and desires as a nation. We create and co-create in university spaces. So why were we sent from the university? But I don't want to delve into that. Here, we have a member of the university, a member who is the Dean of Law School, where the laws of the nation itself are made. As he comes to give remarks on behalf of the university, one of the things that I want him probably to assure us, that as they look at the laws of the country, are we safe? Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Nicholas Orago. Prof. Yes. Are we safe? That is the question.
I used to be in the civil society. I started my journey at tear gas. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! Okay, I don't see the comrades in the house. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! Comrades, wisdom! Comrades, wisdom! Thank you so much. As you have been told, I'm representing Professor Orago, but my name is also Nicholas Orago, so I'm speaking quite a bit authoritatively in relation to the person I'm representing. When I came here first in this church, it was 2007, 2008, and I didn't come here in a very good way. We had just had a post-election violence. I was in charge of transporting IDPs from Nairobi to Kisumu, and this was our holding ground. And here I saw women who came with the beheaded heads of their husbands to go and bury in their villages. In this place, I saw children that had seen the worst that a country. If those who sit in authority do not take their responsibility seriously. And in this place, I saw damaged children. I saw damaged widows. And I saw damaged men. If your country is not working for you, the future becomes dark. And as we stand here today, as we sit, we are in a very, very precarious situation as a country. We are subsequent to the 2007-2008 post-election violence. We had a constitution, and the drafters of that constitution wanted it to work for us. And so they entrenched in that constitution accountability frameworks that were put in place to enable us as a country move forward. The big question in the room, have we moved forward? And if we have moved forward, then the next question is, why are we here? If we have moved forward and our constitution is working for us as it was supposed to be, why are we here? And that's the big question in the room. Why is the constitution not working for us? Why must we still be active as citizens to ensure that social accountability is still critical? Why have our legal institutions of accountability failed us? Why have our political institutions of accountability failed us? Why are our administrative institutions of accountability failing us? If these institutions were working, we would be here to celebrate them. But we are here. Before 2010, in the 1990s, it was Viva Comrades Viva. And the Viva Comrades Viva of the 1990s produced for us a new constitution. Why are we still Viva Comrades Viva in 2024? Why is our constitution not working for us? Is our constitution the problem, or is it we as a people that are the problem? So as I stand here, I speak on behalf of my university to welcome you to this particular event that we are participating in together with TISA and all of you. It has been mentioned that we were supposed to have had this session at the university. Unfortunately, we were not able to have it at the university, not because we didn't want to host, but because we knew that you are going to be so many that would not be able to host you in a small hall. And so we decided to bring you here where we can sing, we can dance. I saw Aaron doing Anguka Nayo, and I was like, wow. I didn't know, Aaron, you have that talent of dancing. So we are here for a reason, and I didn't plan to speak. I always speak a lot. People know that I can speak for 3 hours constant. So I don't want to bore you but we need to know why we are here. We need to know why we are failing, and we need to look for solutions for those reasons why we are failing. Because we want to move forward as a country. We want to be in a place where our children and our children's children don't have to sing Viva. Maybe they'll sing Viva in remembrance of what we have done and what we have done for the country so that the country can move forward. But they should sing Viva in happiness, not Viva because we are being tear-gassed when we go to the streets about femicide. Not Viva because we have odious debt that we cannot be able to effectively account for. Not because we have a system of accountability that has refused to work for us. We need to have a country that we can be proud of and that we can bequeath to our future generations so that when they get to sing Viva, it's in happiness and not in agitation for a better future. It should be our generation and the current generation Z. Are we not proud of Generation Z? They brought the government to a standstill. The Generation Z in the house, please stand up. Gen Zs in the house, please stand up. These people brought the house down. They brought the house down. And a government that was not listening listened to them and made some changes. So if these people standing here can do it together, working together, why can't we do it? Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva.
Viva!
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. First of all, I applaud you for taking the bullet, because I put you on the spot to explain why we were sent away, something that probably you're also not aware. So thank you for taking the bullet. And when you hear him speak, ladies and gentlemen, you might think that he's just beating stories here. But I can attest that in 2007 we were here with Victor, with Reverend Onginjo, who will speak to you and tell you how this place was a camp. By then, I was volunteering in the information desk with Victor as well. And one of the fine times that a lady just shows up, and in the sack, she's carrying the head of her husband, and you do not know whether to run away or whether you register this lady, and she's distraught. And for about 3 months, this place was something else. Ladies and gentlemen, these things, when you hear them today, you think they are stories, but these things happen for real. In this ground, we saw people who are literally traveling from all corners of the world, people who had never known their villages, and we were trying to trace where they actually come from. They come here and they tell you that, you know what, I think I come from Seme. And say, okay. Seme, do you know what else? And then I just know Seme. And then now it's upon the church to look for Seme, in particularly where. And then now this head of your husband, do we take it to Seme or do we take it to say, where is the body? So ladies and gentlemen, when we are passionate about the governance issues, when you hear Prof talking about the working constitution and laws, they are not things that you want to go back to. At this particular moment in juncture, I want to call upon the Oraya Trust team. Ali Zakaria, please also introduce the rest of the team and tell us why then this conversation is pertinent in this particular point in time, and then why it's critical that the masses engage in this. Karibu, karibu. Let's appreciate her as she comes in. Guys, let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her, guys, until she gets it. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you very much. I'm very privileged to be with you. I'm very happy to see the new generation of human rights defenders, the new generation of transformation. My name is Helen Mdora. I am here on behalf of our director, Mr. Oliver Waindi, and I want to congratulate TISA for this convening. We are very proud with the work that TISA does, especially in relation to budget advocacy, legal advocacy, issues of debt, and issues of anti-corruption, among others. We work closely with TISA. They are one of our national partners who promote the rule of law, and for TISA is largely in the finance sector. I am very privileged to be in this meeting where we're having a wide representation of young people, because you are our future, and we have done this for so long, and now I think we're in the process of passing the baton to you, and you must take it up. For those who do not know about Uraia, Uraia started as a national civic education program when we were reviewing the Constitution. So we did National Civic Education Program 1, and then we did National Civic Education Program 2, because you know it took a very long time to have the Constitution passed. And when the Constitution was passed, we realized we cannot say our work is done. So we have been educating citizens about the Constitution. In this phase, we are promoting constitutionalism, you know, making the Constitution work. And for Uraia, we have like 3 things we do. 1, we empower citizens with information, because you need the right information. It's good to engage, but you must engage with the right information. You must understand what the Constitution says, and then you hold our leaders to account based on the information you get. The second aspect of our work is engagement. A good citizen is a citizen who engages. And the Constitution has provided so many places where you are supposed to engage. You're supposed to engage our leaders in parliament, you're supposed to engage our MCAs, you're supposed to engage our governors, we are supposed even to engage our president and other leaders. But the bottom line, with the correct information. So we need to take time to build your base in information, to have an understanding. If you are in Kisumu and you are doing accountability in Kisumu, what are the issues in Kisumu? If you are at national level, what are the issues at the national level? And then finally, we are looking at a value-based citizenry. You know, the Constitution has Article 10, our national values. So we promote national values, issues of accountability, transparency, equity, equality, social justice. Those are some of the things that we must continue to engage. And part of it also, we are calling it utu. In Kiswahili, utu is what? Utu is in Swahili, that aspect of being human, yeah? The femicides that we are seeing or witnessing, where have we lost it as a country? Yeah, so we provide spaces for people to discuss the issue of utu. If it is on debt, how is utu expressed in how we are borrowing money? If it is on corruption, how is utu in corruption? If it is on healthcare, is there utu in the healthcare system that we have? So those are some of the discussions that we have, and I'm glad to be here, and we want to hear from you. I hope we will have a good time. Thank you very much. I probably will call our coordinator from Kisumu, Ali, just to say hi. We have 400 civic educators on the ground. Every county, we have civic educators and we have county coordinators. So let me introduce Ali, our county coordinator for Kisumu.
Good morning, beautiful people. My name is Ali Zakaria. I'm the county coordinator for Kisumu for Uraia. We have civic educators in all the 7 sub-counties of Kisumu. So please, we are ready to engage anytime. Anytime you feel you want to know anything, please just get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Break. Not stepping out. But please kindly get online and just tweet something. Tweet something or put it on your social media using the hashtag Funga Wezi Usikope. It's actually on your t-shirt, but now don't do the hyphen. Just hashtag funga wezi usikope. And then the keyword is citizen assembly. So just this 1 minute, put something out there.
You can take a selfie, post it somewhere on Twitter, on Facebook. Alafu kama kawaida unaweka hizo tags. Si unajua kutag mtu. You can tag me at Paul Mark, you can tag Tisa.
Or you can tag at the debate guru at Diema.
Oh yes.
Generally wewe unapatikana
X. Inapatikana tu X.
Siko Twitter.
Siko Twitter.
So you don't tweet.
I X. Viva comrades, viva. So take a selfie. Na kuna watu wenye wako X hapa.
I want to see the first people who are actually Xing. See X here, X. Hashtag funga
wezi usikope.
Usikope. Just do a selfie. Just say I'm here.
Who has done the first tweet?
This is the Citizen Assembly Forum. I am only seeing 3 people actually taking selfies. You don't want to have a photo of yourself smiling. Ama mmeogopa you don't have the gadgets. I see only the people who have gadgets.
Ati wataki serikali watumie DCI kwa nini kwa mla.
Those ones who have phones are afraid of These guys are scared of the government. They think if they post themselves, the government.
Umesema Subaru ikikuja kwa mlango, the fee is gone.
If you have a phone, please take it out, take a selfie, and do a tweet with the hashtag.
Take this photo with this amazing comrade here. Amesema smile.
Funga wezi usikope. The Citizens Assembly.
Na sio sahi peke yake, we continue tweeting until we end this session. Williams atakuwa ametweet sana, tutaongea.
Say something. Say something. I'm looking for the hashtag.
We want to see ourselves trending today. Hata wajua watu wa Kisumu dala uanga wako X. Si ndio? Hata wanasema watu wa Kisumu hawako X. Si ndio hii sasa?
I can see Daisy Ouko has just tweeted.
Nice one.
Esteem. Mr. Left 1 minute ago. Kanchelski. Seraton. Kanchelsi again, unknown, 53 seconds ago. Sierra, 45 seconds. Some are coming through. Wengine wako wapi? I understand the people who have phones are afraid. They are only letting the people who have gadgets ndio wachukue selfie.
Kuna gadget
na kuna phone.
Na kuna phone.
Yes.
So kama uko na gadget, feel free.
No, but the gadget people are scaring the phone people. The gadget people are scaring the phone people.
iPhone ama?
I do not know if it's the iPhone. They say it's gadget.
Okay.
I can see Eric Musau, Gusi Tycoon. Then you tweet and your Facebook and with the hashtag Funga Wezi Usikope. I can see a few coming through.
Let's tweet before we invite our next
Odengo Derek, le President, le President, Werewolf. Secondnet, I can see you guys, Annette is here. I am thinking loud.
You guys are looking
Catherine,
amazing.
Odengo, this is Jackson. I can see you guys. Keep on tweeting. Funga, the hashtag is Funga Wezi
Usikope.
Next speaker,
Yes.
who has been coming since the last 30 minutes,
Oh, yes.
and now he is here.
Yes.
Over to you, Generally.
Viva, comrades, viva! Hey. Viva, comrades, viva! I can't hear you. Viva, comrades, viva! Hey, tansonge hapa juu. Now I can see you all. I told you today I feel like a pastor. I can preach today. Yeah? To preach gospel like Mapinduzi. Eh? To preach gospel like Mapinduzi. Viva, comrades, viva! I can't hear you back there. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva Kisumu, viva! So for this next comrade that I'm gonna invite here, he is our comrade. I'm sure we all know him. For me, he is my personal comrade. He is my personal comrade. And we've walked a journey with him. We've seen each other go through a lot. So I'm going to invite this comrade to come and give us his 2 words before we get into the next session, because we've been waiting for him for the longest time ever. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and fighters, allow me to introduce Comrade Boniface Akach. Karibu sana, comrade.
Viva, comrades, viva. Hey. More power to the people, more power. More power to the people, more power. Comrades, wakati unasema any of the slogans, your left fist must be up. And it is not a joke. Kama hujakasirika, then maybe hii Kenya wewe unasikia poa. Ama hii Kenya unasikia poa. Mabishops wameongea, vijana wameongea, labda nyinyi mnasikia poa, mimi sijui. Viva, comrades, viva! More power to the young people, more power! More power to Kisumu, more power! Nimekuwa ambushed na hii speech sana juu nimefika tu sahi. I totally apologize for being late. It was because of an unavoidable circumstance. It is something I want to briefly brief you on, because it is related to what we are saying. Sometimes back, we shared a story about baby Byron, a small child mwenye daktari alimdunga kwa mkono, akadevelop complications. Doctors went on strike. The baby couldn't be treated. Only 7 months old. Mpaka ilibidi mkono sasa ikue amputated. Today in the morning around 4 a.m., the mother inboxed me, akaniambia we have lost baby Byron. It was very sad because her closing statement was that Byron ametuacha bila kupata justice yake. I had to go to be with the family because together with some friends and comrades in the media, we have been together with the family throughout this process. And Ilia nipigie tu immediately wakati baby alimwacha, I think really showed how she valued our contribution to it and how important it was for her, for baby Byron to get justice. May baby Byron rest in power. Comrades, I can see sisi ni mavijana wadogo. Unajua, when I was growing up, nilikuwa naona watu wengine wakiwa kwa struggle in the front lines, and I joined, and we got the new constitution when I was pretty much young. Siku hizi tumekuwa wazee mpaka tumedevelop nywele ya white. So hata mimi leo sitaficha white, si ndio? Wakati tuliingia kwa struggle, tulijua mazee tumepata new constitution and everything will be okay. And I'm glad I'm speaking about this just from the background of the Gen Z uprising. Do we have an open civic space when young people can be slaughtered? in broad daylight? Is the civic space conducive enough for us young people to participate in good governance by demanding what we feel is right for us? And we can be butchered. We have the names. Kisumu haikuachwa nyuma. We have people like Emmanuel, who alipigwa tear gas ikamfunika macho because alikuwa kwa pikipiki akienda, akapiga poli ya stima, and he died. We have Bill Clinton, who was shot 9 times. 9 times by police officers. And the police said, haikuwa ni polisi, hiyo tu ni wakati wa protest walienda kuiba, wakakosana, wakashutiana hao wenyewe. Somebody who was with us throughout the protest, adding his voice, ndiye feel hata yeye ameparticipate, kitu inaitwa public participation, yenye tunasema everybody must participate. Yeye amekuja kuparticipate ba kusema mazei tax bill, tumesema no 9 times. Who will give justice for Baby Pendo? Baby Pendo died in the comfort of her mother's arms, the safest place she could be. But somebody could come, break the door. Mtoto ni mdogo, ajui kitu inafanyika, yeye ajui ati kuna election, sasa kuna protest. But yeye anaona baba yake ameshikilia mlango, anazuia polisi kuingia. Polisi akarusha tear gas ndani ya nyumba, a one-roomed house, tear gas 2. You can imagine. They had to let go of the door. When the officer came in, Baby Pendo didn't know what was going. In fact, ajui huyu ni polisi. She didn't even know how involved she would be in this matter. Clobbered in the head. I am sure, and I always say I'm sure, Baby Pendo never imagined that those protests would cost her life. But the moment she was hit, hata yeye alijua now my life is going. And I am sure she wondered, what are some of the lessons that people learn from her incident? Would people take her death for granted and barely mention it as a statistic? Would people learn na wajue that hata kama wewe unajifanya ati wewe ni mzuri hautoki nje kwa barabara umenyamaza, that violations can still come to you. However innocent you think you are, however you want to distance yourself from this process, you are not safe where you are. My comrades, the cycle of violence didn't start yesterday. In Kisumu, imesha last for over 8 years. And in these 8 years, my comrades, viva comrades, viva. Let me tell you why you see me always every day in the streets. Kila protest utaniona. Si ati sina kazi ya kufanya. Si ati mimi sijasoma siwezi tafuta kazi ingine. It is because I came to a realization after 2007. I was pretty young then. That Kisumu, kuanzia 1952, Kisumu haijai kuwa na miaka 5 ati free bila mass protest yenye polisi wanabucha watu. That the protest violence we see, even in the recent Gen Z uprising, haijaanza juzi. Our grandfathers have been slaughtered. Our great-grandfathers have been slaughtered. Our elder brothers have been slaughtered. Our brothers have been slaughtered. Our children are being slaughtered. How do we break this 80-year-old cycle of violence? You as a young person, we must insist on justice. For all these 80 years, my comrade, hakuna hata ofisa mmoja amewahi pelekwa kizimbani ati ameumiza watu. In 1969, February, they killed Arvin Skodek. People came out to protest. Police butchered. In June, Tomboya was assassinated. Young people then came out to protest. Mazee, they were butchered. 2 months later, unajua sisi huku Kisumu tunapenda sports. We'll have co-curricular activities, boxing utatupata. We had a historical day, ilikuwa inaitwa Kisumu Sports Day. It was always being held across the region, across East Africa, because that is where Luos were. Hiyo ndilifanya hii jina inaitwa sports ground hapa. It was being held here. And you can imagine venye sisi upenda sports, so watu wanakuja hivi. Viva comrades, viva. That is the day that Kenyatta forcibly chose to come and open Russia Hospital. Watu walikuwa wamejaa hapa. 2 months just after killing Skodek, killing Tom Mboya, and the death of Arwin Skodek earlier on in the year. People were so mad. But na watu walienda Russia wote. You know how politically charged we are as a people. There is no media caption. There is no photograph yenye iliwachiwa wananchi waone mpaka saa hii. Zilichukuliwa zote. What do you think those police officers did? Kwa hizi protest zetu za Gen Z, we asked people wabebe kamera zao. Mnajua ni kwa nini? Do you know why we asked you to carry your cameras? Is because we must tell our stories. Whatever you documented, whatever you saw happening, whatever that violation was, you must share it with the people, so that the young people can know where we are, where we have come from, why we are doing what we are doing, and we are able to break that 80-year-old cycle of violence. It should not pass to our children. We should be in the front line to ensure that anytime people come to protest, people must protest. It must be peaceful, it must be legal, within the law. Let us expose the violators for who they are. Si tuliweza kuonyesha hapa that it is the police who are rioting. There is no young person. There is no young person. Kisumu, historically, hakukukuwa na mtu yote alienda ati akalut na akachoma vitu. Lakini people died. People were arrested. Trumped up charges. And I am seeing my fellow freedom fighters and heroes in this hall today. Those who came out to stand in the front lines. Comrades, I salute you. The civic space is still not open for you as a young person to be able to freely speak, to freely assemble, freely participate. Those are cardinal rights. If as a young person we don't have a space to practice that, then sasa si tunaambiwa tunajenga nchi aje? Ati hatuwezi hata ambia mheshimiwa saa hizi ati hatutaki tax bill. No, hatutaki shift. Tumekataa. Bana hatutaki housing levy. They will still do what they want. Haya, punguzeni fee, wanakataa. Maze the health sector imeharibika, they will not listen. And these people will not listen to us if we don't speak louder. As much as the space may shrink, we must always speak louder and add that voice. However much you will be persecuted, however much we will have people who pay the price, we must be brave enough to speak, because that is our role in breaking the cycle of violence. That is our role in exposing these perpetrators for who they are. If we don't speak, Baby Byron will never get justice yake. Baby Pendo will never get justice yake. Michael Okoth, who was shot in the neck, na akachinjwa na polisi in broad daylight, watu wakiona, na wakatoa bullet. And the post-mortem report confirmed that he was shot with a bullet and again alikatwa. So he must have died from one. Ni kisu ama ni bullet? Your guess is as good as mine. In Nyalenda, last year, during the high cost of living protests, the police knew that bullet, tutajua 1 + 1, central. 1 + 1, ni wale GSU. Now they were not shooting. Walikuwa wanaingia kwa manyumba and cracking skulls, just like they did to Baby Pendo. And that is what led to the death of 2 brothers. Wenye walipatikana kwa nyumba yao, vichwa zao zilipigwa zikapasuka. Just because there was a protest, a cardinal right in the constitutions. My comrades, we must always speak out, tusiogope. That is the only thing that will make us break the cycle of violence, and that is the only thing that will give justice to Baby Pendo and the rest. Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Nimeongea off key, comrade. Utanikubalia. Allow me to end my speech at this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another round of applause for Boni tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, over time, the church has been missing in the conversation about governance and fighting for corruption, against corruption. However, a trend is emerging where the church is claiming its position. The church is taking its voice again. We can hear the voice of the church coming out very clearly. But yet, back then, it was the one vibrant institution that stood against the regimes and the systems that be. Today, the conversation we have is makanisa wachukue sadaka wasichukue. Wengine wanasema you those who do not take the sadaka, they are the churches that have been visited for long. They are used to government money, they are used to sadaka. For us, our church, the president has never come to visit us. Akituletea 5 million that we've not seen in 10 years. Mnataka tuache? Wachukue wasichukue? That is where today we are actually hosting this event in the church. Very interesting scenario. But it would have not been possible if we did not have a very flexible team, because for us to be here was on short notice. But look at us, look at this room. It's full and we are not preaching. However, we have the right Reverend Bishop Charles Onginjo of Maseno South ACK Church Diocese. Please kindly give him a round of applause. Now, the first round of applause that you're giving, continue giving it. I will tell you why. You're giving it to them because they came through for us to be here today. But even as he comes on board to talk about the citizens, scaling citizens' voice and action in upholding constitution principles, please kindly also speak to us. Is the church going to be lukewarm, or the church is steadfast going on forward? Let's appreciate and welcome the Bishop himself. The Right Reverend Bishop Charles Onginjo. Karibu, karibu. Asante sana.
Good morning. First of all, I think it is right to take this opportunity to welcome you to this church, St. Stephen's Cathedral, ACK. We are happy that you're here. I think the person who has introduced me was trying to confuse me a bit by trying to set an agenda for me. But I want to say that who is the church? That's a question that many times we don't get it right. Because people believe the church is either the bishop or the priest. But church comes from the Hebrew word hekal and the Greek word ecclesia, which simply means an assembly. So the church is an assembly of believers. And therefore, I think we are not doing a lot of justice when we only imagine that it is the bishop or the priest who is the church, because the bishop and the priest don't make an assembly. isn't it? And therefore, you are a church. Today, when we are here, we are a church because we are an assembly. Historically, we know the role the church has played in shaping the governance of this country. And when history is rightly written, St. Stephen's Cathedral, where we are, is on record. Of course, we can look at the situation then and now, and we can understand why probably it was believed that the church went into a lull, but the church did not go into slumberland. What happened is that the church created space. I know some of you are not there. There was a time when you could not stand in this country and say anything, because the next day you will find yourself in the Nyayo torture chambers. And so the only safe place where people could air their voices was the church. And so when the church had created the democratic space, now we have the CSOs, we have the multi-party democracy and many other things. The church could not continue scrambling for the same space with the actors that it had brought in place. So in a way, the democratic space is shrinking. And so the church must re-emerge and speak again. So I think what we need to do, we need to realize situations and circumstances. Again, many times we have confused the church to individual leaders. Some individual leaders have behaved as if they are the church. And so they have been mistakenly believed to be the church. So I would like us to be very clear that the church has structures, and these structures are consultative, so that when I speak, I don't speak as an individual, but I should be able to speak after consulting what the ground is saying. Anyway, that was not why I'm here. I came because I wanted to give an address to this assembly. I'll call you, I'm in a meeting. Yeah. I go to. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the team who has organized this forum, because there are pressing things that we must engage ourselves in. And I'm very happy to see the young generation leading from the front. It has been speculated, I don't know how true it is, that the young people have the ability to change this country. Are you willing to change this country? We can change this country through the power of the ballot. It is important to realize that even when IEBC is not in place the way it ought to be, there should be continuous registration of voters. And I want to believe that the young people who have not registered as voters are taking advantage of that and visiting the regional offices, and they are registering as voters. Because I believe that part of the delay in constituting IEBC is to deliberately disenfranchise the young people, so that when it comes to the time of voting, we will be making noise, but we will not be creating impact, because we will be observers, but we will not be voters. I want to believe that all of us are struggling so that we can be voters come 2027. We want to talk about fiscal challenges facing Western region citizens following the diminishing service delivery due to austerity measures, high recurrent expenditures, and high pending bills. Ladies and gentlemen, the perennial delay in disbursement of funds for equitable share to county governments by the national government has greatly affected service delivery and performance of the county governments. The delay contravenes Article 219 of the Constitution, which provides that a county share of revenue raised nationally shall be transferred to the county without undue delay and without deduction. Unfortunately, the country is grappling with high levels of corruption that has crippled economic growth, service delivery, and provision of essential services. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Office of the Auditor General, has both continued to confirm this in their annual reports tabled before Parliament. For example, in 2018, the Auditor General's report indicated that for a period exceeding 5 years, close to 5 trillion Kenya shillings, that's about 46 billion US dollars, was mismanaged, unaccounted for, or lost. Due to massive corruption and pending bills, the financial situation and socioeconomic equity have worsened. The impact trickles to the counties where the pending bills accumulated to about Kenya shillings 181.98 billion as of 30th June 2024, which contributes to stalled projects that hamper service delivery in various local communities. From the findings, women and young people are at the heart of the ongoing difficulty due to the weighty impacts these have in their livelihoods and their future. These actions result to many challenges that are explicit in unemployment, social protection, high taxation, education, and health. The Western region has a grappling health sector that either lacks personnel or faces poor facilitation. This forces the high population to over-rely on and burden our facility, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, thus compromising the quality of services provided. It is unfortunate because some people opt to go to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret with high treatment and medication costs that is not within the reach of many people, thus locking out the poor and vulnerable, especially those from the marginalized areas. While the region is associated with academic excellence and the production of academic giants, it faces low teacher-student ratio due to the high number of learners. Together with under-equipped schools, the conundrum waters education quality. Like in other regions and the national government, Western region has misplaced priorities by focusing on loan repayments, wages, and personal emoluments ahead of development investment. Corruption is the vehicle for looting and employment of ghosts, the ghost workers that deprive resource allocation to infrastructure development, thus contributing to pathetic road network and collapsing industries. We know how industries in this area are struggling. Mention Mumias, Sony, Muhoroni, Shemelil, cotton ginneries, the paper industries, just to mention a few. This has significantly contributed to the high unemployment rate in the region and the country, coupled with low generation of counties' own resource revenues. The high pending bills of about Kenya shilling 16.8 billion for the entire Western region as of June 30th, 2024, and the underperformance in counties' own source revenues significantly contribute to the worsening unemployment rate. This contributes to diminishing life quality, poor livelihoods, and cruel economic conditions. The National Treasury should ensure timely disbursement of the equitable share of nationally raised revenue to county governments as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act without failure to avoid disruption of service delivery. County and national governments must enforce constitutional standards on accountability without compromise to curb the misuse of public resources and corrupt practices, including publicizing budget implementation reports in time as outlined in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Public Finance Management Act 2012, and the Access to Information Act 2016. They should ensure the enforcement of strict penalties for non-compliance with these standards. All public institutions responsible for enforcing accountability and justice, like the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Judiciary, Auditor General's Office, Office of the Controller of Budgets, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Commission on Administrative Justice, and the National Gender and Equality Commission should be strengthened and adequately funded by the Exchequer to enable them perform their functions optimally. We posit that both levels of government must rationalize the current and development expenditure for optimum service delivery by ensuring that the wage bill remains below 35% of the annual revenue as provided for in the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the related regulations. I think that I want to say that the Auditor General has always flagged a place where the county governments are using these as conduits. These are commercial accounts that have been opened left, right, center by the county governments. They should be closed immediately to ensure that all revenue collected by county governments are deposited to the County Revenue Fund. Strengthening the participation of citizens in county budget processes is very important for transparency and accountability in the use of public resources. In Western Kenya region, the Auditor General's reports have over the years flagged various audit issues ranging from stalled projects, pending bills, to multiple county bank accounts. This calls for very strong representation and participation of citizens in public forums directly or through the civil society organizations. The voice of the citizens should be heard clearly and loudly in the public service boards, revenue boards, hospital boards, bursary and scholarship boards, project management committees, sector working groups, technical working groups, and task forces, among others. When the voice of the citizen is not adequately represented in key service delivery decision-making bodies in the counties, we run a risk of losing public trust in county government's capacities to deliver services transparently and effectively. There is need for counties in Western Kenya to continuously dialogue on audit issues raised by Office of the Auditor General. Counties in this region need to ensure meaningful and public participation across the counties in accordance with the national policies and laws on public participation. State actors and non-state actors should strive to intensify civic education by making it a priority and allocating adequate resources that are ring-fenced for public participation and civic education by both levels of government. It is observable that the Office of the Controller of Budget and the Auditor General release information that is too general in a manner that does not enable sufficient citizen oversight. The audit reports are commonly tabled after expenditures are made, thus minimizing opportunity for undertaking corrective measures that would have been taken. The need for intensive and sustained civic education on budget-making process cannot be gainsaid. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity as a region to redeem our image through such forums. Let us seize the moment and positively engage so that we can secure the future, or else we will be doomed. I want to plead with all of us to take our roles seriously, responsibly, and ensure that we put the powers that be on their toes with facts so that we can save this country from further degeneration and probably eventual collapse. My prayer this morning is that as we discuss these weighty issues, we will focus on where we want to take this country. We know we are coming from a very dark background, but we have an opportunity. Let us seize this opportunity and use it wisely so that we can have a country that we can bequeath to the future generations. May God bless you, and thank you.
Another round of applause to the Bishop. I hope, Bwana Bishop, you will remind those other bishops who have been taking money. Kuna ule wa Bungoma hajarudisha, si ndio? Viva Congress, viva! Mabishop wanachukua pesa ya politicians mingi, kwanza wanaireceive vivi mpaka inakuwa mzito. Anyway, I'm just reminding you to continue tweeting. You can follow on X Okoa Uchumi, on Facebook Okoa Uchumi Kenya, on Instagram Okoa Uchumi Campaign Kenya. You can also follow TISA on X, TISA Kenya, on Facebook at TISA Kenya, on Instagram at TISA Kenya. Just reminding you to continue tweeting. The hashtag is, what is our hashtag? Siwasikia hata. Hashtag yetu ni gani? Funga wezi. Funga wezi. Hiyo sauti ni kidogo sana. Funga wezi. Is there a representative here from the county government of Kisumu? Because we had invited the governor here, unfortunately, he's not here. Do we have anyone from the county government of Kisumu? I can't see anyone. Hata nyinyi si wa Kisumu, si ndio? Sawa sawa. So at this juncture, because I want us to go also and have our tea break, at this juncture, I want to invite a comrade of mine too, so that she can tell us why are we here. Sindio? Viva comrades, viva. Do we all know why we are here? Yeah? Nena jimbo nako hapa. So, at this juncture, I want to invite my comrade, who is also the executive director of TISA Kenya, to come and tell us why are we here. I wish the DJ was here so that aanguke nayo, but the DJ is a bit far. But comrades, I want us to rise up. I want us to rise up. Rise up, comrades. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! So we're gonna clap until she comes here. So in 1, 2, go. Continue clapping until she comes here. Comrades.
Bwana Yesu, praise God. God is good and all the time. To the Muslims, brethren, salam alaikum. Salam alaikum wa barakatuh. Shukran. Viva, comrades, viva. Those who know me know I had shied away from any religious processes. I am a Catholic, a practicing one. But saa ingine ilikuwa ngumu. But mkiona tuko kwa citizen assembly, kwa cathedral, si ndio? Si Mungu ni Mungu wa haki? Si Mungu ni Mungu wa haki? Makofi kwa Yesu. Citizen of Kenya, people of God, our God loves this country and he will redeem it. Thank you very much.
participation of the people, si ndio? Hata tukiingia kwa kanisa tuanze wimbo, si ndio? Zakayo alijaribu kumwona Bwana Yesu, lakini kwa ufupi Zakayo alishindwa. Shuka wewe. Yesu akamwambia, wokovu uko kwako. Shuka, shuka Zakayo, shuka wewe. Nilikuwa mwalimu wa kwaya. Naomba ile
30%. Housing levy, so tuko 32.5, si ndio? Shisha inaelekea 3%, si ndio? Tuko ngapi? 35, si ndio? 35%. Haya, tuongezee VAT 16, tuko ngapi? Tuko 51, si ndio? Haya, kitambulisho tupoteze, tulipe pesa ngapi? Dhao, si ndio? Tumebaki na nini? Marriage certificate. Hii kanisa hata ituhurumie tu, si ndio? Certificate mpaka ya kifo imefika pesa ngapi? Hapana, itafika 3000. Ukisha hesabu utakuwa umebaki na 30% of your income. Kwa kanisa tutalipa because we are people of faith, na kikiumana tutarudi tu kwa kanisa, na kanisa inachukua 10%. Na hawaforce, ndio tunajitolea na tunaona manufaa ya baraka. Most of the mainstream churches and most faiths, Anglican, Presbyterian, SDA, Catholic, kila mahali, si ndio wana run zile hospitali tunaenda? Watu wa Vihiga wako wapi marafiki zangu? Mko na hospitali ya county? Mko na hospitali ya county tuende huko matibabu? Lakini zile kanisa zinaraniwa na mission hospitals ziko na madawa. Wakikuja watuambie shisha haifanyi kazi, mnataka tukubali tuamini nani? Si wanajua ule uzito, and they have carried us over the years. Hapa mko na national schools kubwa kubwa. Maseno, who are the sponsors? Kanisa gani? Hii yenye tuko, si ndio? Maranda, nani sponsor? ACK. St. Mary's Yala. Lugulu. Friends. Aya, Chavakali. Friends. Aya, ni gani ya serikali? Na tunalipa nini? People, that is, I'm supposed to tell you the history. After the Gen Z happened, na tukaona vile tumechezwa, we were really played. Because we said reject the finance bill. Because Kenya does not have a revenue problem. Our tax has been increasing. Ina increase na 14%. Lakini deni yetu ina increase na, Alex, na 30. Our debt has grown by how much? 35%. Ushuru tunalipa kabisa. Actually, haiwezi ongezwa sababu imeibiwa. Actually, we've done our research, and the amount of money KRA collects from Kenyans, nyinyi walipa ushuru, is greater than what the revenue that is collected in Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda. Wako na hizo ni airport ngapi mnajua? Ama mmesikia? Si unajua hatujaenda airport but tumesikia. Kuna Entebbe, kuna ile kubwa iko Kampala, Bujumbura kuna ingine inatoshana, ni kubwa, ya Kisumu ni kubwa, but kuna airport. Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, si ndio? Yet they resource that with less money than what we have. So when we realized that parliament was taken over, see how walikataa finance bill, ilibidi irudi kwa president iwaambie nimekubali kukataa, si ndio? When a finance bill is rejected, It means we cannot finance the budget and the budget should be done afresh. What happened is a supplementary budget was done. A supplementary budget is used to add things to the budget, not to remove. So we are operating on a very unconstitutional budget. Gen Z wakasema, toa hawa waziri wenye uko na wao. Wana maringo, wametuibia sana, wana ukabila, walikuwa na nini tena? Kiburi. Answer ikakuwa ni nini? Akawafuta, si ndio? Si mnakumbuka alisema nini? Alisema kwa Kiingereza, I have dismissed. I have done what? Ni nani ashaikuwa mwajiri kama principal wa shule hivi? Wapi professor rafiki yangu comrade Nicholas? Ametoka. Dismiss ni kufuta, si ndio? Mimi hata huwa naongezea summary dismissal, na alisema for performance. Alafu akatuchagulia mawaziri wangapi kutoka wale alidismiss? 10 na 8. Were they 8 or 11? Yani mshaikuwa na mwalimu kwa shule afutwe alafu akuje achaguliwe tena. Baada ya wazazi wameandamana, mutasikia aje? It was based on that we felt the only place we have to ensure that our government and we are able to rescue this country based on Article 203 when it comes to money, that all the money that we raise should first go to national interest. Article 203 says that. Number 1, to national interest. Number 2, debt. Lakini yetu inakuanga deni kwanza. Na wanakujanga wanasemanga, it is the first charge on the consolidated fund. Katiba imetuambia national interest. That is when we started the Citizens Assembly in KICC. We met over 700 people. Wakasema saa hii tunataka kila deni ikichukuliwa, kabla ichukuliwe sisi tupeane nini? Ruhusa. Na tunataka Auditor General audit. Mtu ambaye ameiba deni yetu, please understand the pain of debt. So we all went to the streets when our taxes were increased. The debt we are borrowing right now, which currently we have debt that we must pay up to 2055. Angalia miaka yako, ongezea 2055. Utakuwa na miaka ngapi? Utakuwa na ngapi, ndugu yangu? You'll be around 80 years, si ndio? Mimi nikiongeza hizo nitakuwa 70 kido. Mnaelewa? I'll be a pensioner. Saa hiyo ndio hiyo Eurobond itakuja, ushuru iongezwe. Debt is future tax. Deni ni ushuru wa baadaye. So venye tuna resist hii, hakuna kitu tumefanya, as long as they continue borrowing and not investing in this country. This 30, 50, 60% we are counting is nothing. We will have to pay more and more taxes. Government services will become more and more expensive. So tukaambiwa tusifanye hizi vitu Nairobi peke yake. Ndio tukaenda Coast wakasema hata hawataki makaratasi. Coast was controversial kwa sababu walisema sasa sijui turudi kimila. Because what is happening, access to justice haifanyi, judiciary tukienda petition haifanyi. But they said every day they will be auditing projects that are in their counties. There is Morarake Baso, but people here have done audits every other day. When the Auditor General produces their report, we also audit. Na tunaanika majina ya wale wameiba. Tenda ikipeanwa tunaambiwa barabara inatoshana aje, tunaenda tukipima. Hata CBC badala ya kwenda kuambianga watoto wafagie soko, si wafunze kupima hii barabara ndio isiibiwe. We are now in Kisumu. For the Nyanza and Western, we hope to go to the county level. The bishop has raised the issues that are in this region. Pending bills, ghost workers. The same rot we have at the national level, we have it at the county level. All we are asking you is your own solution. Ni sisi tu tunaweza jisaidia. And please note, and we need to ask our politicians, si mnaonanga wale matajiri wenye wako kwa village zenyu? Tukiwachagua next, si watuambie wamelipa ushuru ngapi? President Ruto ni tajiri, si ndio? Huku Nyanza ni nani tajiri? Baba, atuambie ushuru yenye ameli. Sababu mara nyingi tukiangalia ushuru ile politician wanalipa na wako na mali nyingi na kampuni nyingi, hai add up, hai balance. Ingekuwa ina balance, tungekuwa mahali. In my opinion, ingekuwa ina balance, hawangekuwa wanapeana handout. Hawangekuwa wanakimbia kutoa michango mikubwa sana kanisani. Sababu inafaa kuwa na uchungu. So we must raise the bar, but it is only you people who know what the solutions are. We are here to give you some technical numbers, technical realities. What you do with that amount, that information, that uko tu na sumni ya development, ni juu yako. It will be difficult. It will be a very difficult journey, because when the political class is exposed, they always come together. They came together during Jomo Kenyatta. The opposition died. They came together during Moi, and they spare nobody. My friend and comrade Boniface, who has gone through a lot of torture under this government already. So kama unasikia vitisho vya Ruto, uliza comrade Boniface. Amekipiti. They don't spare anyone. They went for Bishop Alexander Muge. They went for Father Kaiser. All they were doing is using their spiritual belief to tell the truth. It gets uncomfortable. We will have to come together and not give up. There will be casualties. But those casualties must be in a way that when we say appoint IEBC, hatutarudi tena tupewe 100, 1,000. Si hapa tulipewa pesa mingi sana tukaenda pale Kondele. Tusisahau yale tunapitia sahi. That is the main reason why we do citizen assembly, and I want to thank all of you for showing up here and all the things you're doing. Our partners in CIA, both the CSO networks, the Lake Region network that works on food and other things, and the religious community. It counts. As active citizen, it counts. Ghana wametoa serikali yenye ilikuwa na kiburi kuliko hii yetu. Wameitoa kwa kura na amani. Please, let us link the problems we have of the economy with the problems that we have in governance. I want to end there, and because I am an activist, I will end with a song. Nataka hii mnajua, si ndio? Kitu gani kitanitenga na siasa za nchi yangu? Hakuna kitu kitanitenga na siasa za nchi yangu. Kitu gani kitanitenga na siasa za nchi yangu? Ni polisi, ni vitisho, kulazimishwa, kunyimwa venue, kujaribu kufungwa, kuchukua judiciary, kulipa ma MPs. Asanteni.
Let's appreciate one more time again. The social media team, you have an announcement to make. Please, somebody from the social media team come and speak out and say something about what's happening online.
Sasa nimeona mko online, mnaweka funga wezi usikope, which is an amazing thing. Lakini hamweki content, mnaweka hashtag peke yake. Mmeambiwa mpige selfie, eka quote. Mmefurahi kwa huku? Haya, put content. Msipoweka content, hashtag inatolewa. Sawa? Asante.
Na ili isitolewe, please kindly say something. Just one word or two words. Write something. Now, our energy levels are low, right? Ama bado mko sawa? Tulete panel lingine. Aya, so then we are going for health break beyond this time. So then we also have a presser. The presser is going to be in. It was supposed to be on by 15 minutes past, but now it's about 20. So for the presser, you go through this door. Those who are going for the presser, but then those who are going for the tea break, health break, we follow this door. Then there's the guests who are going to use, Sonia, the guests are going to go. We have our guests who are going to go through this other side to go and have. So it's our 15 minutes break. Please try as much as possible as you can. Yes, it's 15. Just try as much as you can. It's 15:50 so that we catch up with time. Let's go for break. Please kindly grab something while there, take photos, selfies, hashtag fungawezi usikope. And then when we come back, we get to the other side. 15 minutes. Did I say 53? No, I didn't say 53. Sorry. I'm again and 15. 15 minutes. 15. Dakika Aparga Beach. Yes. For our guests, Aingie na nyuma.
Haya, rudi ng'ambo ile. Rudi ng'ambo ile.
Tupigie na nyuma sasa. Ingia na nyuma. Ngoja tuko chache wewe. Bosi ndio hapo. Ngoja tuko chache wewe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, microphone checkup. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni, karibuni. This microphone is a little bit lower. Mixer, there is this microphone here, it's a little bit low. Could you increase the volume? It's channel, I don't know, which channel, I don't know. But you can just signal it until we get it, and I'll be speaking through it. So, there is something that was on the wall. I do not see it now. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, there is, yes, this is better. Could we make this better as this? Hello? The mixing person, could you make this microphone audible as we have this one here? So there's something on the wall. Mira, who is on the wall? So on the wall, please kindly log in to menti.com. Menti, that one. We are asking the participants to rate the current regime and then give your reason as to why. So that is the login code. Go to menti.com. That is the code. The code is 27050628. The interpreters are also not here yet. Yeah, say the microphone is here. Menti.com.
Are we all there? If you can scan that, please.
After you've logged in to menti.com, that is the code number. Let's go all step by step. Go to menti.com using your gadget and phone, or all of them. Log into the online portal, that is for menti.com. After you've logged into menti.com, use that code to log in. There's a question that it's going to ask you. Please kindly answer that question so that then you give your reason as to why you think this is the best regime. If you don't think it's the best regime, then also, tell us why. And for those who are coming in, we need you to settle in so that this place does not look this clogged. And wale wenye chai waingie pole pole kwa unyo aste aste. I do not know if that is Swahili.
I'm told there are people who have already logged in. Sindio? Kuna yame log in? Nani ndio who is still having troubles? Log in? If you can't see the code, I can read it for you. The code is 27. Once you log into menti.com, you enter that code 27050628. I want us to move together. Two 2705. Okay. 27050628. Are we all there? Are we all there? Comrades, are we all there? Kwani chai kidogo tu mshachoka. Are we all there? I think we can get to the question. Have you seen any question there? Aha. The question is coming there in a few. Just keep tabs, keep tabs. Aha.
Can that font be fontier than that?
Yes.
Can it be fontier than that? Say yes. Score Kenya Kwanza's government performance in scale of 1 to 2, or 1 to 5, and give your reason as to why. So if you love the government and you think it's doing an amazing job, sasa utuambie.
Kama Zakayo anafanya kazi nzuri, hapo tuambie hapo Zakayo anafanya kazi nzuri, aendelee, manake yeye ni mzalendo.
Then you do not just choose your answers, choose the reason as to why. Like for example, we have 6 responses. There is somebody who says that the cost of living and the prices of commodities remains high. See, well, General.
Yes.
Si walisema unga imepungua.
Niliambiwa hata Kisumu unga watu wananunua na 80.
Na 80 bob, mtu anasema ati unga ni expensive there.
Eh?
Somebody saying the cost of commodities are high.
Na nilisikia huku unga ni 80. Sini gavana wenu na MP wenu wanasema.
The wall has gone blank and blinked back. We have a prideful government who've lost the tabs with the ground. They say we have good policies, but they have failed in implementation. Generally, read. Tuone.
Tunaona hapa wanasema high cost of living attributed to corruption. Tunaona failed systems, poor services to citizens, high corruption. They have semblance of accountability and change, but all are laden with lies and corruption.
They are saying that the Kenya Kwanza government have failed to implement their manifesto, and it's overtaxing and it's thriving on overtaxation. But wait, what if this was their manifesto, they're just implementing it in reverse?
Someone is telling us the reason everyone can see Zakayo ashuke. Zakayo ashuke asishuke. Okay. Nyinyi ndio mmesema.
He has failed to deliver on the promises he made during the campaign period and those in his manifesto. Did they have manifesto?
That is the question. Did they have a manifesto? The cost of living has increased significantly since the Kenya Kwanza regime. It has increased. Okay. Too many promises and no delivery. Dysfunctional cabinet, lack of confidence, after impeachment of DP casts doubt to their decision making in the first place.
Thank you. Keep on giving us the responses. Right, this particular moment in juncture, the hype team, not the hype team, the spoken word team, are you ready? If you're ready to roll and ramble, we are ready for you as well. And the room is waiting for you to see what you're going to be speaking about, if it's matters of debt, corruption, governance, or we are just good to go. The
Spoken word.
Spoken artists.
Spoken word artist. Karibu sana.
As he comes on board, he says he doesn't want this mic.
Check 1, 2. It's good. Nice. So, Kisumu, if you can hear me, please clap once. Kisumu, if you can hear me, please clap twice. Nataka kuinvite some Gen Z spirit hapa ndani. Mko tayari? Nataka kuinvite some Gen Z spirit hapa ndani. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mko tayari? You see, the truth is hii peace nitakuchapia hata ukiniamusha usiku wa manane. The truth is these corrupt men and women wanatuibia bila kusita sita. Kwa majina naitwa Thy Poet Abonyo from Amazon Theatrics Ensemble. Na mi speak truth to power. Na saa zingine inani unarrest. But that is the reason why hii peace name corruption set me free. Corruption free me. You see, they call it power. But I see puppets behind curtains of greed. Wako proud na riches walimake kwa kill dreams. Finances zilitengwa, zikachengwa hata after tumereject your financial bill. So nataka kuwaleta karibu. Away from the windows of imaginations of what might be happening behind the closed doors. Na waleta mtaani. Hapa Nyalenda ama Ubunga kwenye VAT wameongeza hadi kwa bei ya unga. Na ma-MP wameshindwa kutuunga mkono. Imebidi a whole generation rise up na speak against it. There is nothing more to it. You see, mkulima wa chai haezi afford hata kahawa. Anafuatana na jua hadi kwa giza ndiyo aweze kulisha yake familia. So I want to question you again. Please tell me, could it be that uliiba pesa zetu za floodlights ndio tuone nguvu zako za giza? Ladies and gentlemen, I have a simple question. And let's be honest, Kisumu. If you had an opportunity today, utaconsider capabilities ama family first. Swali yangu ni nikikupigia nikwambie kuna job, utataka papers ama blood? Hiyo answer jieke. The truth is, nepotism is stepping on our knees. It's keeping us down. Niambie, nani mgonjwa kama daktari ndiye anaiba pesa za dawa? So I'm just imitating reality. Don't call me a good actor. Tunateseka na tumechoka. Na kama ni hivi ndio inafaa, basi itabidi tumeamka na kujitetea. Because the truth is, hata mimi mulijaribu kustrangle my dreams. Yani zile pesa kidogo zinafaa kutu fund sisi wenye tuko talented, bado mnalalia. Wasanii kwa industry wanalia. So corruption cause depression, ignite fights kwa households kutoka ngambo hadi hapa nyumbani. And no defense. I see this government should come up and fight against femicide. Corruption out. Hii imeenda so far imefika mbali na the only person imempatia job legally ni mortician. Jua tujasahau kuna some of our sons mulishoot together. So the truth is, kama corruption ni mimba basi wacha tuizae tutoke. Nasema kama corruption ni mimba basi wacha tuizae tutoke. Imetuchosha, hatuwezi afford base labor anymore. Nikiputi pen down kwa paper, imagine sikuona hizo straight lines, niliona uso ya Rex. It was just his first attempt. Nikiputi pen on this paper, niliona freedom. And do you know who is bringing it home? Ni mimi na wewe. Because they can kill as many, but they can't kill us all. Na mimi ni scout, so usijiulize mbona na raise flag so high. I am just a scout and I am on duty, sir. The poet Abonyo. Ngoja kwanza. Before that, imagine hii ni siri, msiambie mtu. Niko na cousin. Ameniambia kuna deal na Ivana. 2027 labda nyinyi wenye mmekaa hapa ndio mtamchagua kama gavana. Amesema mimi rubani wenu ni ndege tu, nitapaa. Masherehe ya luta continue kutoka Kenya hadi Uganda. Na ajali zenu za barabara zitanijalisha. Yani mkitaka labda mtoe hizo ma speed governor, mkikutana na ma traffic police mpatie za macho. Though leo mimi kai the poet Abonyo na waomba mfungue macho. Fungueni macho because we still have an opportunity. We can still resist. We can still say no more to it. These killings. Because you know what? In the next coming general election, I swear, these politicians are coming to meet an informed generation, and they will meet us in the ballot boxes.
May it be an evening star shines down upon you. May it be when darkness falls.
At least ochula pesa kama sekauti. Apendi ki pesa na main go depo di biro chungo na kori machalo kor puga na edhotka. Macho dhako ma wange tek manadeni, Sirikal miluongo na kaeni. Sirikal no. Sikul manyicho gero piny kaeni. Skul no chopo kanye. Sikul no chopo kanye. Dong pesa go chamo te.
Wono nyango ndalo campaign ne in kanye.
We mondi.
Ndalo campaign ne in kanye.
Kapo katieko. Ndara mama lo kuchocho maka wero tabiro gocha. Ndara cha dongo ya gimogo pin pile. Kabiro gichaka tungni go gichaka tungni gichaka. Ajluar pin gichaka. Mudong matin no biolo.
No yera ndalo campaign. Kendo ndalo campaign wan ni luongo ni sweet ladies. Ok nikel chegi moro ma wange olil mara ratata mondo bie campaign olonge ni sweet ladies.
Dako kendo kama kori mulo no. My only a babe. Nyaka julu motar to tek. Kichaki mulo kanyo to koro wa hori kodi.
Poka mulo klete. Poka mulo klete nyari.
Ya nyaka sule kanyo to kimulo to wamenyana.
Wabo menyana dong what a man can do tema kawuono. Tema. Ok dichomo fuoni.
Kichaki siya magilweti motimo kudhnogo. Dako ni nigi gowi. Dako ni okchul gowi.
watagre campaign malisha. Nyaka wayak pesa no. Mama ni tarema na de. Takuni uchaji. Kabisa. Anyisini onyangire no mane gichamano gichamo didi okuchakune okuchakuchuo we record your song wani onyang igni adi ade kwadwa yako karatio mana gichuomo fu very stupid ni chami chwego chami kwara chamte chwego.
Let's appreciate the two guys. Thank you. Wanonyango, thank you for the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're speaking about the dead space and corruption, it's not close and it's not complete without getting the overview of what Kisumu space looks like. So then I'll invite Odundo Amos Ocheng, Senior Budget Officer representing Elvis Otieno, the Director of Budget, to give us an overview of Kisumu. In 5 minutes, what does it look like and why do we even incur debt if we can raise our own source revenue? Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning. Yes, I am Amos Ocheng Odundo, an accountant and a budget officer in Kisumu County. I'm not here to represent the governor because the governor is the one that has been listed in our document that you have. Basically, I'm here to represent Director Budget to give an overview of Kisumu County. Now, in Kisumu County, so far we've had CIDP 1, which started in 2013 up to 2017. Then we came to you people as the Kisumu County residents and did CIDP 2, which was 2017-2022, plus the 10-point agenda of the governor. That's the governor's manifesto. Therefore, in 2022, we also invited the public as Kisumu County, able to discuss and also receive feedback and validation on CIDP 3, which we are currently implementing. The CIDP 3 plus the Wasetimo Adoptimo Governor Manifesto enlists a lot of the 5-year plan which the governor has as Kisumu County. Now, PFM Act Section 103, which constitutes the Treasury, and the same section, when you read it, the head of Treasury shall be the CC Member of Finance. Therefore, as CC Member of Finance, the role that the CC Member of Finance has in the budget making process, that is Section 125, it says, the CC Member of Finance shall issue a budget circular by 30th August each year. Now, from that budget circular that is issued annually, detailing what the county should be doing for its citizens is Kisumu County. Therefore, within the same annual budget circular in the PFM Act, we have the budget cycles, in which the first subset of the CIDP is the annual development plan. In the annual development plan, we seek the public's opinion on a medium-term framework, that is MTEF, within 1 year. What should the county government of Kisumu do for its citizens within 1 year? It means the ADP is a subset of the CIDP, the 5-year plan integrating the governor's manifesto. Therefore, you are able to get within the 5 years now in the medium term, which is a 1-year plan, what are you going to do for the citizens? Then we also do what is called CBROP. CBROP is County Budget Review Outlook Paper. In this review outlook paper, this is what is now we are discussing here. That's the integration whereby I want to thank the Institute of Social Accountability, because CBROP is one of the budget cycles where we get insights and also what the government has done and what it was not able to achieve, and the reasons why the government was not able to achieve what it was intended to achieve within 1 year. Is entailed in a document called County Budget Review Outlook Paper, which is equated to BROP in the National Treasury, the Budget Review Outlook Paper. From that, you are able to know, like in the last financial year, just to give you just a recap, we had budgeted for 13 billion in our supplementary budget. In the amount from the national government, because basically county has got 2 components of revenue, that's the national revenue and the own source revenue. In the national equitable revenue, it was 10 billion plus grants. Therefore, in that financial year, we had an own source projection of 2.2 billion. When the year ended, I'm integrating that with the debt that we are talking about today, we were able to collect 1.4 billion. It means around 800 million was never collected from our own source. So that was a pending bill of around 800 million. In that, the Treasury was not able to send our exchequer in the right time. By 30th of June, which is the end of financial year, whereby we had not received money for like 2 months. That money was later disbursed. But the money, as per budgeting, which is an accounting technique, all those who know public sector accounting, is that as an accounting technique, budgeting, cash accounting, and fund accounting incorporates all those aspects, and therefore an opening balance is used to now rebudget afresh. Let me talk about the debt management strategy paper and in the debt management paper, in this financial year, the county entire budget is 15 billion. In the 15 billion, we have projected to collect 3.8 billion in this financial year 2024-2025. It therefore means with, you know, in the public domain that we had issues with the finance bill. So basically, division of revenue bill was to be revised. Kisumu County was to get 8.6 billion in the equitable share. It has been revised now as per the mediation committee that took place the other 2 weeks ago, which now brought it 400.1 to 387 billion. Now Kisumu County is going to get 80.4 billion. It means that 200 million, close to 200 million in the equitable share is now a deficit to us. So it calls for a supplementary budget, which the county is now in the process of undertaking. Maybe I talk about our public participation very fast. Some of you residents of Kisumu County, I think, have been one of the facilitators in this public participation. I've seen members here to see that indeed Kisumu County is a county that has enshrined its policies as internal controls to ensure that public participation is one of the first key things in any cycle. I think members who are here can confirm that Kisumu County in all the budget cycles, we've been doing our best to ensure that it is done. And that's why Kisumu County has become one of the cleanest cities because of the developments that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, representative from the county government. Let's appreciate him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for our first plenary session. And we are going to talk about the impact of debt, budget cuts. Actually, Amos has just spoken about the budget cuts that has just happened in Kisumu County. But also we are going to talk about higher taxes on the service, on service delivery in the Western region. So this panel discussion is going to be led by none other than our moderator, Sheila Leona. Sheila, take over and call your panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Comrade Power. Comrade Power. Comrade Power. At the back, Comrade Power. Power in the house? Okay, so we are ready for the second panel. We are just going to have a conversation on what is the economic situation in the Western region. What are our pain points in terms of service delivery, you know? And we have a very rich panel. I'll start by just calling the names and then they'll do the proper introduction. So we have Alfred Ideche, Eunice Otieno, Wycliffe Chabaya, Paul Adongo, Lemi Shadrach. Please, let's give them a hand of clap as they walk. Karibuni sana. I'm told I should do this for 40 minutes only. The conversation is quite heavy, but we'll try to see how that works out. So let's just do a round of introduction. Tell us who you are, what you do, or what you're known for, and then we proceed. Thank you. We can start at my left.
Good afternoon. My name's CP Alfred Ideche. I'm an auditor, senior auditor, in charge of public sector in a firm known as Ndakala Advisory, LLP, based in Nairobi. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Eunice Atieno. I'm known for many things, but today I am here as a resident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paul Odongo. I'm a trained budget facilitator by Budget Hub, formerly International Budget Partnership. I'm also the winner of Integrity Award Transparency Action for 2024. And I come from Kakamega County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wycliffe Chabaya. I'm the CEO, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Vihiga. I also hold a position of Vihiga Youth Board Chair, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lemi Shadrach. I'm a business lady based in Kisumu.
Thank you. So you have seen our panelists here today. We're just going to have a conversation, people. And as one of the things we've noticed, even as we try to unpack the current debt situation in the country, and even as we try to champion the anti-corruption work in the country, normal citizens always complain of the language. Sinikweli. So that even at times, when the media are putting up a very strong story, for a common citizen, the English, the word inatupita tu, sinikweli. So I've told my panelists, I want us to be as simple as possible. We break it down for you as it is, all right? And just to start us off, I just want us to look at the current economic situation in the Western region. Since devolution started 10 years plus, the region has not received not less than 100 billion. So if we have received not less than 100 billion, truly speaking, there should be change in livelihoods. Sini kweli? Kunafaa kuwa even a change, even if it's one life, we see that change in infrastructure, change in service delivery. So talk to me. What is the current economic situation in the country? I'll start with Chabaya to give us the business environment as we proceed.
Thank you so much. Maybe I create an image in all of us. I want us all to get to the days when we had Mumias factory running. Nyumba ngapi zilikuwa zimejengwa na watu wangapi walikuwa pale Mumias? Twende Chemelil, twende Muhoroni. Nguvu zetu kama sisi watu wa Lake Region, nguvu yetu kwa miaka mingi imekuwa kwa ukulima. Mostly majorly sugar, then we have the other agriculture, you know. But then, after devolution, a lot of money has been pumped in the counties and a lot was meant to go and support agriculture. I want to ask you, do you think that you can be proud of the money that the county has given towards agriculture in this region? That makes us, the private sector, we feel that we are not okay because sisi tunafanya biashara. I am here as a representative of the business community. Na ndio tuseme kwamba kuna ufisadi kwa serikali. The biggest thing that we need to know is serikali haiwezi fanya ufisadi na serikali yenyewe. Ndio ufisadi ufanyike kwa serikali. Serikali inafanya ufisadi na watu wa private side, the business people. Hapo ndio kuna madeals zinatengenezwa and madeals zinakuwa cut. So as the CSOs points out to the government, we still need to come back to the business community and ask them, which are these business ethics that you are putting in place so that the livelihood of the Western people, or the Lake Region residents, is better. So I think the business community, from where we sit, we say that nothing much has happened, and I think we need to do much. And it's a conversation that not just CSOs, we need to break it so that even the private sector are part of this conversation. Thank you.
I want to ask, Chabai, I want to ask a more question into that. You know, sometimes the way we say during this period, more millionaires have been realized in this region. And of course, the millionaires can only be the people in business. Sini kweli? So Chabaya, you as a chamber of commerce, do you have more members jumping the millionaires, the billionaires boundaries?
Now, let me give you the reality of business.
Okay.
In Kisumu, in Siaya, pending bill has made several of business people to die early or, because the government has procured services and they will not pay in time. And you had a mortgage that you are servicing. At the end of the day, you get into depression and you die. If I look back, corruption has made money not to be there, in terms of, I did the project, but because someone wants interest is in another project where he will get the cut, I will not be paid. Aggregately, let's put together the pending bills that are affecting all the Lake region. You'll find that they are running into billions. So these billions are money owed to the private sector. So as much as you might think that we have been made millions, we are suffering. The private sector is suffering, business people are suffering, the environment is not good. And as I say it, I'm not a tribalistic guy. Lakini tenders zenye zinapeanwa kwa hizi counties zetu, 50% is nearing 70%. Zinapeanwa kwa mtu kutoka mbali sana. You'll find someone even a Somali from Moyale, where I, Wycliffe, cannot get a tender there, but huyo mtu ako hapa na amepewa tender na nafanya. Not because of nini, but because he is able to give them what they want, and I cannot give them. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take it to Eunice. Eunice, you are now speaking as a resident. Tell us the economic situation here in the person who has just spoken before us has told us what the county government is doing to make sure the voice of Akina Eunice is not lost in planning and it's captured. But tell us how that is reflecting in terms for the common wananchi.
Thank you, Sheila. I think before I respond to that, let me just add something to what my brother was saying. Actually, doing business with the government is like committing suicide. Because the other day, let me just give you an illustration. The other day we had someone at the Huduma Center, naked. He was looking for his money. His money was not coming. He had done the tender that he was given, but money was not coming. The banks are on his neck, wants to take away all his things. He came literally naked.
Oh my God.
And he was not that. He was, in fact, he was shouting that things are bad with him.
And that's somebody's father?
Yes.
That's somebody's father.
He was not a young man. He was an elderly guy, but he was not paid. So that is how bad it is. Now, to talk as a resident, actually, it's pathetic. When we see people on the streets just walking, most of the people you'll find that they are mentally disoriented. Why? Poverty. The money is coming, but it is not reaching the common wananchi. Poverty is high. And you know, when poverty is high, then livelihood, you cannot maintain your life well. What does that come to? Mental health, depression. People are depressed. People are crying. People cannot pay their school fee. Mothers are crying. They don't even have food to give to their children.
Families are broken.
Families are breaking. Because if the man is not having, the wife is not having, children are there, everybody is frustrated. So we have mental issues. We have depression. We are, the nation or Kisumu or Western region is in trouble. And we need help. And we are not asking, we are demanding, because it is our right.
It is your right. Thank you. So let me just hear from Lemi, as also as a resident, as a mom. Tell us your situation currently. Even as we talk about debt, even as we talk about corruption, what does it look at the household level?
Okay. If I start with the household, as in, when I go straight to the point, whereby debt has affected families, personally have been affected. Firstly, I speak as a youth, I speak as a Gen Z, I speak as a business lady, a young business lady, and here I'm so bitter. Simply, I want to start with the government. We go to school, we graduate, but we don't get jobs. Simply because there is someone outside who can afford to buy the job. Unapata, mtu ameshafanya kazi mpaka ameretire, then he's given another chance simply because he's a friend to someone who can give out the job, or maybe he can buy the job. By the way, in Kenya sai, kusoma itupei kazi. Who can be my witness in that? Kusoma, unasoma lakini umejua tu kazi hautapata. Kama una connection, hautapata kazi hii Kenya. Why? Then you find a government inakwambia msome tu kuna kazi, kuna mjengo. Niambie mamako auze ng'ombe alafu kimaliza unaenda mjengo. Does it make sense? Parents suffer outside here to take their kids to school. Then unamaliza kazi unaambiwa uende ufanye kazi mtaani. Kutengeneza mtaro Nyalenda.
That's NYS?
Yes. Unatengeneza mtaro na uko na certificate, uko na graduate, imagine graduate kwa mtaro, then unaenda kwa ofisi unapata someone who is 65 years old amekaa kwa ofisi. Someone who should be retired, aende nyumbani alime. Do you expect a 25 years old aende alime na mtu wa 65 ako kwa ofisi? So where is this government taking us? Mnataka tusome ama tuache? Juu mtaro hata mtu wa class 8 anaweza tengeneza. Kweli uongo? So, if I go back to business, mimi naongea kama mtu wa biashara ndogo. Sahi biashara yangu bado ni ndogo, sijaenda hiyo high class. And in this business, I'm going through a lot. You find whereby umetafuta stock worth 20,000. Hii stock yako umeiweka kwa duka. Kanjo wanazunguka tu hapo kwako. Wapite uwape 50 bob. Kidogo kidogo wamezunguka. Tumeona mzigo imeingia hapa, umeitax kweli. The tax is too much. Kitu una tax hata ileti profit. Mimi nafanya biashara ya fruits. Ukipita hapo Jubilee Market kuna pipa ya takataka hapo nje. It's always full. Pipa ya takataka imejaa 24 hours. Those women go through a lot there. Okay. Unauza kitu perishable. It's so much expensive that someone can't afford to buy. Mimi mtu anakuja kuanga ananiuliza maembe ni how much? Namwambia ni 50 bob. Ananiuliza, nitanunua maembe ama nitanunua unga? So taxation is the cause of everything.
Okay.
When I was in school, my mom used to be a business woman back then. And I remember alikuwa analeta stock and she was doing so good in business. Mpaka nikajiambia hata mimi nikimaliza shule, I'll get into business. Lakini sahi biashara imekufa.
Okay. So, thank you. So, we've heard of the experience from the household to the business people. Paul and Alfred. Paul is here as a budget champion. So help us, where are we getting it wrong? Where are we getting it wrong? And Alfred, you can tell us from a policy perspective, because we have all these processes, the CIDP, the ADP, the money is there, the laws is there. But what happens that we cannot curate programs that answer, the common pains of the Mwananchi? Where do we get it wrong?
Thank you so much, Sheila. I think the main issue here is enforcement and implementation.
Okay.
Since devolution started, counties have get over 4.5 trillions. Now, citing the Lake region, starting Kakamega, among the top 4 counties.
Yep.
Kakamega, up to now, it has got up to 120 billion. Now, the question is that, what has that 120 billion done? The issue of compliance to the Public Finance Management Act with the governor is difficult.
Yep.
Our system have failed. Governors are arrested for PR on media, and then they are released after they have bribed something, maybe to the court of laws. We have seen so many governors being exposed by the ACC.
Yeah.
So what happened? Have they returned those money? We have not seen them returning publicly to the public offer or to the right bank. It's just the matters of PR. But compliance absolutely is missing. County has been getting a lot of money, but governors are not complying. So there's issue of system failure.
Yeah, Paul, I want to give you an example of what is also happening around the counties. You'll find that counties have a budget averagely of around 5 billion shillings. They use 2.5 billion for compensation of salaries. There isn't, even when it comes to planning, there's no money even for development.
Yeah, there's an issue of misplaced priority. And I blame our lawmakers. I think it's the politician who came up with the PFM Act that 30% should go to development expenditure and 70% should go to recurrent. So we have seen when the Control of Budget releases the implementation report, high travel expenditure.
Yes.
People are making unnecessary flights, yet projects in county are stalling.
Yeah.
A classical example in Kakamega in health sector, there's Shamahubu level 4 hospital. Every financial year, the project has been allocated money.
Imagine.
Equipping, completion, the percentage keeps on diving, 45%, 60%. You see those kind of misplaced priority. And then another issue I think is also delayed disbursement. When there's delayed disbursement, what happens is that when this fund is channeled to the counties, they prioritize paying themselves. The flower girls, the other peoples, the all other workers, yet projects are stalled. So there's an aspect of misplaced priority. and also the issue of delayed disbursement. But sometimes this disbursement is caused intentionally by the counties. When they don't submit the implementation report in time, then it affects the disbursement. Yes.
Thank you. Alfred, you have been now in the system, being the CSC for finance for Vihiga County, so you understand the system. What could we be doing wrong? I mean, how can we use that much? Sometimes, Paul, there are some counties around the region which did not spend development for the last 1 year, correct?
Yeah, and as I've cited, the issue of disbursement, when it comes late, it will affect the absorption because they will prioritize paying the recurrent expenditure first.
Okay. Alfred, please speak into that.
Thank you, Sheila. Firstly, I want to make it known that the problem is us. Because we might be pointing fingers elsewhere, but we are the problem. How are we the problem? Our problem, we bring about these problems right from election time. That is when we elect our leaders. Those are the MCAs, the governors, the senators, all the way up to the top post. Now, why am I saying this? If I narrow myself to the county governments, you realize we have a whole book, the Public Finance Management Act, that is supposed to guide us through the process of budgeting, expenditure, and all the things that are supposed to be done. But also in the same book, they say that the people who are supposed to pass or to enforce the laws, legislation, are the MCAs. Now, I want all of us to look back at our MCAs. What does he represent? Does he represent our interest or his interest? And that is where the problem begins. Because if the MCA presents his own interest, which they usually do, then you are going to suffer. Now, my colleagues here have talked about contracts, all those kind of things. I want just to be very basic. Let us look, who are those people who are given those contracts? Are they not MCAs? They are the MCAs. Who appoints the MCAs? We are the ones who appoint the MCAs. So that is where the problem begins. Yes, we have the policy, because even the director of Kisumu was here budget making. He'll tell you, the executive can have the good intentions, but when the document gets to the MCAs or the county assemblies, that is when it's mutilated. It's mutilated so that it can be able to cater for their interests, and that is where the problem begins. On issues, if you have been able to, there's nothing like the trickle-down effect. Yes, we have received around 100 billion as the Lake region, but there is no trickle-down effect. How does it come about? That is another thing we need to look at. And that is why we are going to see we have 2 billionaires or 2 trillionaires, but a mass of poverty or rent-seeking people. They are coming to beg all the time. And that is where the problem is, Sheila. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Alfred has nailed it partly, but even as we take this conversation further and also just reflect on the key industries, and I think Chabaya, you are heading there, on the key industries that used to drive our economy. You know, Chabaya, you had mentioned them. Please go ahead. You know, and as a community, even as we sit here and reflect, why are we not seeing the government or the county governments prioritizing some of these key industries?
Some of the key industries in the Lake Region block counties include agriculture and the blue economy, fish farming. Looking at the CIDP of several counties, Migori, Homa Bay, Kisumu, you know, counties that are bordering the lake, I can tell you when it comes to fish farming, the budget is not anything more than 2 or 3%. Whatever the energies are, you'll find it's not attached to the economic potential that the region has. Then we come to agriculture, you know. Bungoma, from the days when we had Nzoia sugar, come to Mumias in Kakamega. And Kisumu, we are known of producing sugar. But because of the cost of production, it means we have opened the exports of sugar and it's competing with the local sugar, and therefore all our companies have had to close. I have not seen a county government that has prioritized such industries that was surviving, like Kikomi. I've not seen it like it's passionate from the county governments. I'm seeing them always say, this one is for the national government. This one is for the national government. Yet, you are a county government, your role is to empower the life of people living within that county. So I think the priorities that we have had through the governance that we elected from 2013, I have not seen a single leader who is fully persuaded to help the business and the industries that we had, including, Kikomi, including the tea, and in Vihiga we have Mudeta tea factory. As it is now, it is the least paying factory in Kenya. Why? Because it's a national thing. It's KVDA, The local leadership doesn't know that we can create opportunities through empowering local industries. And the worst of all, before devolution, ulikuwa unabeba kuku, unapeleka Migori, unafika salama, unauza. Wakati devolution ilikuja, nikifika hapa nasimamishwa na watu wa SES. Ninalipa ya kuingia Homa Bay. Nikitoka Homa Bay kama naingia Migori tena nasimamishwa na watu wa SES. And so many others, including even those doing bakery ya mikate. Okay. I know of a company in Bungoma that would supply bread in Vihiga, but right now they just bring the bread na wanaacha kwa mpaka pale Chavakali, alafu pikipiki na nini zinaenda kubeba from there, because the cess and all these other taxes that the county government are enforcing, is saying don't do business. If we find you doing business, we will punish you. So therefore, killing the opportunities, and at the end of the day, unemployment. So ni sisi wenyewe tunatengeneza hii shida, na badala devolution itusaidie. Hata wangekuwa hapa ningewagombanisha. Badala ya devolution itusaidie, ndio inatuua.
Paul.
Yes.
I saw you did something in regards to the sugar industry around the region. Please speak into that.
Thank you, Sheila. Maybe I'll just pick up from what my friend has spoke, and I want to talk about the ripple effect of the collapse of sugar industry in Western. Now, Kakamega, I think, has the biggest, not in East Africa, Mumias Sugar Company. And this one is done politically.
Is it up and running, Mumias Sugar?
No.
Okay, but I see Mumias Sugar in the shelves.
It's privately owned by the Sarai, and remember Mambo ni Matatu. When the former regime had left, all other investors or maybe other people were threatened not to continue to be part of Mumias Sugar. You remember the Sarai guy?
Okay.
Things were 3 only. And now the ripple effect is an unemployment rate.
Yep.
You can go and confirm from the statistics that the poverty rate for Kakamega now is at 39%, higher than the national average, which stands at 36.
Wow.
And maybe it's gradually increasing, maybe up to 40 something. Why? The collapse of sugar industry. And this cut across Western. There's high unemployment rate. There's high cost of living. People are really struggling. Now the issue of zoning. You find that this farmer, the sugarcane farmers, for example in Butali, they cannot take their sugarcane to Mumias or other places. They are restricted. So it's the company that is benefiting, because maybe you find that this industry has collapsed, but you are not allowed to take this raw product to other place. Then there is an issue of also pricing. There's so much deduction. There's a thing called DR, that the farmer at the end is the one who experiences losses. A lot of inputs, subsidies that are being deducted. By the time he receives the payment after he has done all the production factors, he's at a loss. In fact, now people have started uprooting sugarcane and planting maize. So there's that ripple effect of the collapse of sugar industry in the Western Kenya as one major economic thing that will be invested. Then also, without forgetting the fishery industry, there's Fishery Management and Development Act of 2016. And this one, in the lake region, we depend on fish farming. Busia, Kisumu, we are Homa Bay, they are along the shores. Now, what is the implication to this small-scale fish farmer? There is what we call illegal fishing. And this small-scale farmer doesn't have the capacity to comply with the law. So you find that at the end, they could be arrested. The only huge people, the few entrepreneurs, they are the one enjoying the privilege of that fishing. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. And even as we talk about service delivery, you know, even health, you know, the health situation around the region. There's the current shisha, and the way citizens have really, we've seen some news, you know, people being turned away when they go to seek medication. Maybe I'll allow Eunice to say something on that, and then Lemi can say something about education.
Yeah, you know, this what we call sugarcoating of policy and coming up with terminologies. I don't know if it happened in all regimes, and this is quite interesting. What was so wrong with NHIF? They could not just change their name, but look at what are the gaps? What were the gaps? So this shash thing, shisha or shisha, it's just another white elephant camouflaging itself, and people are really struggling with it. I think there should be some kickback under that thing, and you find that the CHP, the community health volunteers, actually, I don't know if they did a thorough work in terms of sensitizing people on registration. It was done hurriedly or rashly, and I think the best process could even be stopped. I don't know if it was stopped at some point, but it's something that is sugar-coated, and maybe they could just work on the weakness of the NHIF rather than coming up with that kind of idea.
Okay.
But we are watching what is happening. And as a CSO, we have a responsibility just to ensure that we put the government also on toes, and also the county. How are they doing? Kisumu is one of the lake region, I think, under the is it universal healthcare that was piloted here?
Yep, UHC.
Yes, under the lake region. So we have a mandate to track on what is happening and lobby a lot on that.
Thank you. Eunice, do you want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Just to add on what he was saying, we also have rice in Ahero, which is pathetic. They are not benefiting from it. In fact, Uganda is benefiting from rice.
That's a very interesting angle, Eunice. Like the rice that is being grown here in Ahero, its benefit is not the residents of Kisumu, but rather the millers who have set camp there.
Yes, and to come back to shisha.
Shisha.
Kwa ground, things are bad. We have women, we have men who are living with cancer. We have cancer patients, we have those who need diagnosis, and we have dialysis and etc. People are dying because they cannot afford. The shisha is not working at the moment. Yet the dialysis is twice a week.
Yeah.
You have cancer. You have people are dying because of shisha.
Have we seen the county government of Kisumu little bit being responsive?
Not at all, because what they're saying is the CHPs should be able to help you register. But the problem is not the CHPs, or the problem is online. I don't know how the technology, how to get into the shisha. Even myself, I really struggled until I had to give somebody else to do it for me. It is hard to access it. And those who cannot afford to go to the hospital are miserable back at home because they cannot access, or they don't have the money to go to the hospital. And the truth of the matter is people are dying.
I'll allow Lemi to say something, and then we conclude.
Okay, I'll go straight to education and the Kenyan economic at we speak. Teachers do strike like every year. But what is the government telling them? That you either go back to school or we fire you. Is that the right thing to do? Our teachers deserve to be paid even more than the MPs and the MCAs, according to me. But the government pays teachers the least amount they should be paid. And this one has brought so much trouble to the parents. You've realized that the public schools are even charging more than the private schools. Tuition, pesa ya lunch, sijui pesa ya nini. Every morning you will meet students on the way wanarudi nyumbani kuleta pesa. Hata ijulikani ni pesa ya nini. Simply because teachers wanaona wamefinywa, so they have to get it from the parents if the government can't give them. So the government is making education become so difficult. Some are even dropping out of school because the parents can't afford to pay that small amount. Because if you are told to pay 50 shillings for lunch, just do that calculation. There are some families that they can't even afford that much. Take an example, a woman has 7 kids and they're supposed to pay that 50 shillings per day for lunch. Tell me, will these kids go to school? Because they're being told that's a gate pass. Bila hiyo pesa kuna kuingia shule. So I'm pleading as a parent that the government should work on our schools. Let public be a public school. Teachers, in case there is a teacher here, can you just be biased? Because you harass the kids, unaambia mtoto, enda ambia mama yako akupe pesa. Yet hata jana usiku hawakukula. So as Kenyans, we are just going through a lot. And hapa mbele, I see some of us dropping out of school, so many of us. Then you find there is something called bursary. You apply for the bursary, but simply because you know no one there, your form even won't come back. Una fill form year in, year out, but haujuani. So bursary yako haifikangi. And the bursary is, I don't know, that money is too small, 4,000.
Lucky you. Me, I know guys who receive 2K only.
Yeah, that's 4,000 for a boarding school. Private school, no, I mean day school, they're even given up to 500.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for bursary. Niambie 500 inalipa fee, ama huyo mtoto atatoka shule.
So we summarize?
Yeah, so as I summarize, I plead for our elected leaders. We elected you to help us. And the only way you can help us is by giving that bursary. Pesa ya bursary kwa nini ujenge nayo? Why don't you give the kids that money waende shule? We deserve better. Kenya sahi bila masomo you are nothing. But these parents are suffering to let their kids stay in school. Private schools hata zingine zitafungwa because no one can even afford them.
Okay.
So as I summarize, there's something that needs to be done in this education sector. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add something, kidogo too.
30 seconds.
Yes, on school. You know, we used to have insurance for the high school students. We don't even know where it went.
It was removed.
It was removed. Where is the money going? Because the money was there. Where has it gone to? Yet if you go to schools, children are suffering. When somebody is sick in school, you have to be called so that you pay before she is taken to the hospital.
Yeah. Thank you. We had a session where we were to pick one. I stand to be guided. We were to get some experiences from the audience. There was one, Stephen Chehasi. So 2 minutes, just give us the health situation in Vihiga County. I know you are a champion there.
Okay, I'm Stephen Chahasi, a human rights defender. Maybe in brief, I think for those who comes from Vihiga, you've seen we've had various issues with the health sector, and as you know very well, health is one of the fundamental rights, and especially what we call emergency health services, which is majorly offered in referral hospitals, where we have one in Vihiga County. I think for those who come from Vihiga, you've seen me petitioning the county, and with a number of comrades, we've held demonstrations. We've written letters to authority. Now, what has been the issue, and the major issue? The problem is health sector in Vihiga County. Number one, the issues of welfare of the staffs. We've realized that there are a number of medical workers who have been going several months without salaries. Some even nyumba zao zinafungwa. You see, this is a person who is supposed to come and treat patients the following day, yet he has rent arrears. Some cannot even afford the basic needs for his family. So that has been one of the major issues. Another one is we have a very big facility, a referral hospital, but those equipments, most of them are not even working. I've gone there several times, even with my colleagues, to find out if those facilities are updated and can be well managed. We have good professional health workers there, but facilities is a challenge. There is another issue, the governance system. Somebody has talked about it. You know, I'm trying to imagine the health sector is led by people who are not health practitioners. One is a lawyer, another one is a teacher. So, you know, it's a very much challenging in terms of ensuring that there is proper service delivery from somebody who doesn't maybe understand the common principles that are supposed to guide a particular profession. Maybe, what have we done personally, maybe, together with the rest of the colleagues? Because you've seen a lot of demonstration and so what. We've been trying to move with health workers as civil society, because, you know, it doesn't affect a medic who maybe strikes alone. It also affects a citizen who maybe dies or he loses some. We have had maybe on the panel, this is a parting shot. You see, we want solution. That's the most important thing, because we've been complaining a lot. Some of you have seen us going in streets, like the Chamber of Commerce. We want now to find out, because, you know, these are very big organization. Chamber of Commerce is well organized. If they become revolutionist, I'm telling you, if business community becomes revolutionist, we will be somewhere we want, because in most cases revolution has been left to the civil society organization alone. Ma-activists ndio inafaa wafanye hizi vitu. Na unapata yule mtu ambaye amekosa kulipwa pesa ya contract ni business person. Yule mtu ambaye biashara yake inaanguka ni business person. So join us in the streets, join us in courts, join us in petition, so that we change this country. Thank you very much.
Wamesikia.
Thank you so
We had
much.
one from Maseno University to talk about the current funding.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Dalmas Orinda, a student at Maseno University, the law school. And we have in the panel people from different sectors of this economy, but we are students affected much by budget cuts, and specifically that is now affecting us is the new funding model. And the new funding model, for those who have children, brothers and sisters, or even cousins, or even friends who have children who are actually in the university and colleges, you can attest that your pockets are getting dry, because education has now become the most expensive. People can afford rent, people may afford food, people may afford any other thing, but education becomes difficult because you have several children perhaps, and you cannot actually afford to pay for all of them. Now, categorizing families into bands, students into bands, has ensured that there are more poor or less fortunate students missing out on higher education, simply because we have a new funding model that doesn't actually have a proper system to analyze and know correctly and accurately how this family needs are going to be affected. Now, if we look at those bands, right now there's a greater percentage of those who are complaining majorly on how they are categorized. Somebody from a poor family is categorized in band 3, and you can know this band 1, 2, 3 to 5, ranging from 5,000 as monthly income to above 120,000 monthly income. Now, if you look at the data of income as per class, those who are rich, it's taking only 10% of the country's population, while the remaining 90% are less fortunate. They are either middle or lower class.
Okay.
So why would you, as a government, choose a model that is going to only exclude 10%?
Okay.
While there is 90% that is remaining. So instead, the 10%, if we really need to help the students that are less fortunate, they are the majority. The previous funding model did a greater job. With little improvements, it would have been better. But this current model, students have accumulated a lot of fees, and I don't think it's going to be any helpful even in the future. Thank you.
So that has been our panel, guys. Not really looking into the issues and painting the picture the way they are. You see, one of the things, even as we try to do this citizen assembly, is for us to agree on the color of the chair, all right? So if the coast region is seeing the color of the chair as red, if the western region is seeing the color of the chair as red, if the Nyanza region is seeing the color of the chair as red, then we collectively find the solution. And that has been the purpose of this panel, to ensure that whatever is happening in Coast, in Nyanza, in Nairobi, it is also happening here. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure for my panelists. I thank you so much. Asanteni.
Okay.
Makofi beta kwao. Ai, lunch is coming. Tupige kama wenye wanaenda kula. We have listened, sindio? Now we also want to listen from all of us. Can we do that? Nilikuwa pale, mtu alikuwa nasema how comes anaongelea mambo ya sukari in Kakamega imeshuka ama haiko, lakini tuko na mumias kwa supermarket zetu. Inatoka wapi? Inatoka Brazil. Na mimi nanuanga mumias ndio nisaidie Kakamega. Okay. We want to give just 3 of us. No. We have 4 rows. We have Sindio. We want to give opportunity to 4 people. It need not to be a question. Sawa. Tulisema hii ni citizen assembly. It cannot be a citizen assembly if we don't engage. Right? So we are opening it up, but tutakuwa tunai open kidogo kidogo. Sawa. So it means the faster you are, the better the chance you get. So 4, I already see 1 for this row, so that is gone. That's a gent. Yes, a choki. I am being biased to have 2 male and 2 female. Yes, you seem very young. So I have 3 and I have last from that. Yes, your hand has been up for too long. So we can start with him. And I beg that as we also do this, to kumbuke the solution-oriented bit. Sawa? Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Obure John is my name, but I want to be called Woditina. I would even take less than 1 minute if you allow me, but you can also allow me to take more than 1 minute. 1, when we were going to school, we were being taught that agriculture is the backbone of the economy of the country. Where we are, how many times during budget, be it national or county, have we demanded that the backbone be given the backbone of the budget? We have refused. We always give the finger as the budget for the backbone of the economy. How do we expect the economy to grow or be maintained? Two, I heard there is in the panel there was a CPA. How as citizens do we ensure that Auditor General's report can be used to prosecute as we speak? That is not in the law. You cannot prosecute even Governor Nyong'o, not even Fernandez, using the auditor's report. Why? Yet we pay auditor to poke holes into the financial issues of our country and county. Last, why do we make noise about agricultural industries, yet we have refused to demand that industries that are agricultural related be devolved fully to the county so that our counties can inject money to revitalize such industries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have all heard him, but I also want to throw a question to all of us. Alisema the backbone being agriculture, si ndio? Na akasema kwa nini hatuendangi kupea backbone budget kubwa? Wangapi hapa wamewahi enda kwa public participation? Wewe unaenda. Unaona mkono? It is less than a quarter of the room. So hiyo backbone itakuja kweli? So saa zile tunafanya hivi, tuangalie wapi hizo 4 zinakupoint. Aya. 1 minute please.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Edwin Omondi Odera. I'm happy to be here. I just want to react on education sector. As the citizen of Kenya, if education is said to be free, I think it is not going to be a burden to the citizen of Kenya or the parents who are taking their kids to schools. So my opinion is, let the government set the education to be free so that kila mtu asome. Let the bursary from the county government, let the bursary from the CDF, from the NGAF, from all the stakeholders that sponsor the student to go to school. Let it be collective so that education to be free, our children to go to school. Another thing that I want to comment, so many people, they don't understand what CIDP is and ADP is. So I'm praying to our stakeholders, the organizers, why can't we organize to sensitize the community on the ground, on the grassroots, for them to understand what CIDP is, what ADP is, during the budget process of the county government. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you for your feedback. But I do believe that in terms of sensitization, in one way or another, the work is continuing. Ni venye we need more people to come on board. People like you who have an understanding. Uko na chama at least. Sindio? So ukisema tisa na all the other people who have organizations to come to your chama, kidogo itakuwa ngumu na we mwenyewe uko hapo. Sawa? So yes, we will work together as stakeholders, but we also have to take initiative as citizens to take the responsibility to push for these things. We had someone here. Imekata. You can have mine.
Hello.
1 minute, please.
Definitely. Mine is not a question, but I would have preferred that these questions were asked if the panelists were sitting there, because I also wanted to know how the budget cuts has affected the service delivery. Then there's something that was alluded in the panel discussion about people going to school and not getting jobs when educated, which is it's just characterizing. I think the issue in this country is unemployment. And with or without education, we are deserving of a dignified life. We don't have to, we don't have to languish in poverty just because we're not educated. And also what is coming out clear, that all of us do not want to agree, and some of us who agree are like 5, that poverty is designed. That the state is an instrument of violence and it uses it against us. So as long as we're going to agree that poverty in this country is designed, it's not a failing of the citizen, but the failing of the system, then I think we can move this conversation further. And also, the government need not to help us. We are government. We don't have to tell them, please help us. It's their responsibility because we support this government with our taxes.
Thank you very much. My key highlight from that is the aspect about designing poverty. In the next 1 or 2 years, we will be talking about how cows is a bad thing for us. Yet it has been brought now, and we still believe it's not a bad thing, but the next 2 years, tutakuwa tunasema by this sifai kuwa na ng'ombe kwangu. The last person.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Elsie from Aseno University. And the question that I wanted to pose for the panel was, what about the notion that corruption is only wrong if it doesn't favor you? Like, understanding that corruption did not only start from the government, it actually started from, just to supersede the point that it started from, it actually started from the point uko kwa sherehe, you see your mother at the line where people are eating meals. What happens then? You are guaranteed that your mom will serve you at a higher portion, or you have a family member close to that. So what happens to the notion that corruption is only wrong if it favors you? And truly, how many people in such spaces would take what we are trying to promote seriously? How many people would actually realize that this is what the nation needs, and how many people won't put their financial greed first? So the question that I'm posing is, what about the notion that corruption is only wrong if it doesn't favor you?
Thank you very much. And that will mark the end of our, that small session that we had. I know we have very many hands that want to contribute, and the reason why I'm not touching on her question on the notion is because the next panel is supposed to discuss in-depthly about corruption. So I want that to be the beginner. Arnold, the moderator of the second question, please, the second panel, please take note of that. We ideally are supposed to go for lunch, but I have a request. Are we together? Please, mtu akikujanga na I have a request, amekuja na humbly zote. So, so I have a request. Are we together? And my request is, if we allow ourselves to do the second panel, so that when we come back after lunch, it is discussions zetu. Tusikuwe na panel, but ikwe sisi wenyewe tunatoa hizo solutions. Tunapatana? Is that in order? If it is in order, say, oye. Kushinda yangu. If it is in order, say, oye.
Oye.
And with that, let me welcome the moderator as I pass this to Generali, who will welcome Arnold and his team. Then we can go for lunch. Thank you very much for indulging. I hope to be back in the afternoon.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Viva Africa, viva. Viva Kisumu, viva. Viva to the students, viva. So there is this song inaenda hivi, eh? Zakayo afanya nini, Zakayo atunyanyasa. Afanya nini, Zakayo atunya. Zakayo afanya nini. Zakayo afanya nini. Chimbua tumtupe Zakayo, chimbua tumtupe Zakayo. Si tusimame juu basi tuimbe kidogo ndio tuingie kwa hii panel nyingine kama tumechangamuka, because nimeona tunalala sana. Let's rise up on our feet, comrades. High morale, high morale, high morale, high discipline, high morale. Zakayo afanya nini? Zakayo, chimbua tumtupe Zakayo. Kindiki afanya nini? Kindiki afanya nini? Chimbua tumtupe Kindiki. Chimbua tumtupe Kindiki. Raila afanya nini? Rai atusaliti. Fanya nini? Raila afanya nini? Raila afanya nini? Chimbua tumtupe Raila. Chimbua tumtupe Raila is not an option for this country. Ruto is not an option for this country. Kindiki is not an option for this country. How I wish, yeah? Do you know my wish? Mnajua niwaambie wish yangu. I wish we could even do a mass burial for all these politicians. Hawa wanasiasa wote, I wish we could have even done a mass burial for them. Sindio? Lakini tutaorganize hiyo mass burial. Boni tayarisha sanduku. Viva comrades, viva. To get us into the next panel, this beautiful panel, tunaongea mambo ya corruption. Left, right, center, corruption. By them najua tumelipa 500 million ya Grammy Awards. Mnajua story? 500 angoa? I want to call upon Osano, Arnold Osano, wherever you are. Karibu sana Osano. Utuambie hii 500 million ni ukweli ama ni story za jaba? Si ndio? Karibu sana. I'll let you introduce your team as you take us through. Karibu sana comrade.
Thank you so much, Generali. Habari ya mchana. I understand I was there, so I feel the way you feel, which I won't explain. So I want to call my panelists, good citizens, patriots, voters, and taxpayers. I have 4 panelists, and before I invite them, our topic is on the dynamics of anti-corruption. Hii kazi yetu iko na dynamics mingi. Kama activist, saa zingine when you go to mashinani unaambiwa you guys talk too much, si ndio? Lakini hatuoni kitu mnafanya, si ndio? So hizo ndio dynamics, and that's why we are here today. So my first panelist is Mr. John Obure. John Obure is one tall Kenyan citizen. John Obure. My second panelist is Byron. Byron, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. third panelist is Daisy Ouko. She is a young patriot, a young voter from Nyalenda Young Turks. And my fourth panelist is Annette Juma to speak for us. You can give my panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. Nimeona tu watu wawili wako na beef na wao. That we can sort later. So, once again, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Very important. We are going to discuss about the economic impacts of corruption, public debt, and also how we can enhance legislation and oversight in Kenya. So, because of time, I'd go right ahead and ask my first question to my first panelists. And my first panelist will be Mr. John Obure. Hii Kenya tuko na kitu inaitwa EACC, si ndio? Tunasikia Ethics and Corruption Commission, si ndio? Juzi kwa TV, the chairperson was in the alikuwa Citizen TV. Lakini as Kenyans, we have got mixed feelings about EACC. And I'd want to hear the thoughts of Mr. Obure. How do you think, or how effective has EACC been in preventing and prosecuting corruption cases? In this case, I'll go with preventing.
Thank you. Allow me be very bad with the EACC. I would say EACC is a toothless bulldog that never bites. Why? You see, it is ethics and anti-corruption commission. I've never seen EACC starting from the first word. If EACC is to succeed, it must start by first dealing with the ethical issues. And in Kenya, unethical issues are deep-rooted up to into this citizen assembly. So it is not easy until EAC starts with the ethical issues. And they cannot start with the ethical issues considering how officers are being engaged at the EACC level. At one time we had a retired Archbishop as the chair. I also know that currently there is also a practicing bishop. The retired Archbishop publicly confessed that he can do nothing. We can now only leave issues of corruption to prayer. And we pray every day. That is a sign of failure, and we cannot move. The only thing that can help us is when we allow more corruption to continue and we become more annoyed to an extent that we can move and remove the corrupt person from the office as citizens. And until we are that angry and hungry, we'll never stop corruption. Lastly, somebody talked about your mother being with the serving spoon sometimes in the plenary. Look at all these people who are looking at me. And I hope they boarded public service vehicle coming here. Before we look up there and before we look at the police officer who takes 100 or 50, how many times do we enter that PSV and we ask, na wapi Sambasa? And to you, you believe that is not corruption. Unauliza Sambasa, alafu ukipata accident mbele, utaenda kwa insurance, utataka ulipwe, na mulikuwa excess. Asante.
Thank you so much, John. My next question. In Kenya, I assume that we're all Kenyans. Tumesikia ati tribalism. Na kama Gen Z we say that we are tribalist, ndio? And in most cases tumeona wanasema tribalism is the weak link between us and good governance, ndio? Mtu wetu syndrome. The government is targeting our persons, ndio? Maybe the person is your uncle, your parent, or your sibling, or your village mate. Na wakisema yeye ni corrupt, tunasema anaonekaniwa, si ndio? So I'm to ask my next panelist, Annette, how do cultural attitudes and practices influence corruption dynamics in Kenya?
Thank you so much, Arnold. So you asked how cultural attitudes and practices. So just being Kenyans, we know that we are a cultural community and we are multicultural. So each and every other person belongs to a particular culture. And the reason why there is that aspect of someone being able to maybe give better services to to an individual from the same culture is because in our different cultural groups, we have different cultural activities, different cultural norms and values and traditions that keep us together, things that we identify with. And sometimes it's just by default that if you go to a space and you find there is no Luo, you feel left out. Because if you are a Luo person, you'd like someone that you resonate with in terms of language, in terms of maybe your beliefs and your attitudes. And you find that even in terms of just reasoning or just storytelling, talking, you'd want to be aligned to someone from your religion, because religion is also culture, but also just generally from your culture. So you find even in public offices, recently when Ruto got into government, there were claims that only the Kalenjins were given political spaces or opportunities in public spaces. And it's evident, someone said from the panel, that corruption is only bad when it's not in your door. And you find that right now, when things have shifted and some politicians from Luo got opportunities, then some folks from the Luo community decided to relax and say, power imekuja kwetu, because they feel now they're resonating with that power. It is only corruption when they're feeling they're left out. And sometimes our cultures, our backgrounds, and our alienations to different or shared values makes us to be biased in terms of service provision, in terms of even just how we relate with each other. So yes, I'd say that corruption takes the shape of culture, because culture informs our behaviors. Culture informs our relations with people that are from our cultures and people that are outside our cultures. It's not intentional, but it's something we are nurtured into. When you grow up, there's a set of values that is instilled on you, and that aspect of
I would like to say comradeship, but also maybe just togetherness and belonging from one family. And it affects how people relate in public spaces and also just equally even the private spaces.
Thank you, Annette. Kama sasa watu wa Bay tunasema CBK yuko Bay, si ndio? Pesa ni ndokanye. Homa Bay donge. So whether Ruta kwa sawa mako mbaya, tuko na bank Homa Bay. So we don't care about corruption, si ndio? My third question to Daisy, as someone from the CSO space and as a citizen, what do you feel are the most challenges or pressing challenges in combating corruption? And how can we as wananchi be more involved? Juu kila sasa tunaambiwa tupigane na ufisadi, si ndio? Alafu tunauliza how can we fight corruption? So Daisy, welcome.
Thank you, Arnold. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So one of the most obvious challenges that we have in combating corruption is limited knowledge and awareness when it comes to just what we need to know about maybe public services and what we need to know when we go to public offices. Do we know what a public office is mandated to do? Do we know what we are supposed to pay when we want services? Do you know who you are supposed to go to? So that's limited knowledge and awareness when it comes to services. It is very easy to fall to corruption when you don't know what you're supposed to get, what you're supposed to do when you go to any public office. For example, just the normal application of passports. When you go to a passport office, you ask, how long will this take? You're told maybe 6 months, maybe a year, when in reality it's not supposed to be that way. And when you want it sooner, you're told to pay more money to someone, which is not supposed to be the case. So when you know how long you're supposed to get your passport, how long you're supposed to get a service, it's very hard to fall prey into corruption. So I would say just getting normal knowledge, know what you're supposed to be doing, know who you're supposed to go to, and know what you're supposed to get at the right time. I would say the other one is irregularities in public procurement. That is mostly in our public offices. There was a case during 2020 during COVID when funds they were supposed to get equipment for COVID-19, and it was a really big issue in the news when KEMSA they couldn't explain where money for equipment went to. And the case just went like that. We don't know what happened to it. They were just talking about it in the news, but we have no idea what happened to these funds. So procurement irregularities is also there high up. So it also comes back to knowledge. What do we know about these funds? Is there somewhere that we can go? Is there a centralized system that we know when we go, we can get to see how much money is supposed to be used for this, who was procured to do this, and how do we hold them accountable? I would say what Annette talked about, cultural acceptance of corruption also, when you want to see your person there, or just the normal thing of acceptance of corruption, normalization. We have come to really normalize corruption such that we want things to be done our way, and no matter the way that it's going to be done, whether it is through corruption or not, we have normalized, we want really things to be done our way. For example, when we have traffic police getting bribes from conductors and from drivers, we really don't care about that, because at the end of the day we want to get to our destination. So it is favoring us. So we have really normalized corruption even from just basic things. And then lastly, I would talk about what Advocate talked about, the EACC. It's supposed to be an independent body. It is an independent body on paper, but in reality it is not, because it is really controlled by the elites
When you get to see any case that is for the elites, it's always stalled or it never really goes through. So as much as it's supposed to be doing oversight of corruption cases, it doesn't really do that when it goes to the elites. But when it is something that the government sees that this is something that is supposed to stop, it really goes through very fast. Case in point with our I wouldn't say our former deputy president, when it was really very fast to get him out of office, that is something that was really pushed. But when it comes to something that really affects the common mananchi, it doesn't really go through. There's so many corruption cases. Like, what do you mean we don't have a placenta pit in Nyalenda A ward? Like in the health center. So mothers who are pregnant and want to give birth have to go all the way to Jalaram, have to go all the way to KCRH or JOTRH just to deliver. And the other day there was a woman who delivered in a tuk-tuk, which that can be really uncomfortable, and it doesn't really give the safety that mothers are supposed to be getting when they're delivering. So I would say on my end, the EACC has really failed. So maybe it should be put as an independent body in reality, not on paper, and they should really look into what that body does. If it's not working, they should disband it, and they should go, as much as you're saying also Ruto must go, should just go with his government, all of it, with all his people.
Thank you so much, Daisy. And I've just felt sad because najua tukitoka hapa, we'll still go and use Sambaza, kwa gari, and we'll still see police officers giving bribes, taking bribes, and we'll do nothing. Wakili, to you. We've talked about how we can report corruption, but then how safe are we when we are reporting? So my question is, how can we ensure that whistleblower protections are robust enough to encourage us, kama wananchi, to report corruption?
Good afternoon, everyone. Arnold, thank you for your question. I don't know if it's worth even discussing, because in your previous words, you said that no one's going to listen to John, no one's going to listen to her, and no one's going to listen to her. When we leave this conference hall, we're going to do the same thing. We're in a church. A church is supposedly a holy place, correct? And yet, what do we see in churches? And all of you here are guilty. How many of you are Christians? How many worship at this church? I worship across the road, the Catholic church across the road here. But this is the foundation of where corruption is. It's you and us. It's no one else. We are deluding ourselves here on this panel talking bullshit when the reality is this student from Maseno who came to my office because I wanted to teach him law, he will be corrupt. All of you here will be corrupt. The 2023 Transparency International report said 3 out of 4 Kenyans. 3 out of 4. So if you look at each bench here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 on the second bench here. Almost half or 3/4 of you are corrupt. And that's the truth. There's a young lady over there, I don't know what her name is, Susan or something. Because it's always about us. The priority is us. In the earlier panel, we heard about bursaries. If we can get a bursary. But if we get that bursary, do we care about the person behind us? No, we don't. It's always about us. Can we get a job in county? Somebody else talked about MCA tenders. But if you were given that tender, you would take it. Isn't that correct? Yes? If you're given that tender, you're nodding. That is correct, isn't it? So if you want to have a serious discussion on this, let's have a serious discussion. Otherwise, all of you are here to waste time. That is the reality. We go to churches. Does it say anywhere in the Bible that if you're a leader, you must be welcomed like a great man or like a god? Does it say that anywhere? I go to churches where they put extra big seats for leaders. Are they not flesh and blood? And why do we worship them? In my Bible it says, do not worship a man. Correct? And yet we turn human beings into gods. And then this affects us when it comes to accountability. We have a brilliant constitution. It is a people-centered constitution. I've worked with John for many years now, 5 or 6 years since I came to Kisumu, trying to enlighten and ensure civic education, civil empowerment, because this constitution is extremely powerful if the population understand how much power is in it to hold people accountable. But you all don't. Why is that? That is a question now we need to debate. Why do we not hold our leaders accountable? When they come and dish out 50 shillings, we worship them. A good friend of mine dished out 200 shillings 2 weeks ago. We worship them. They steal enough, they come with a Range Rover and 5 V8s, and we want to sleep with them, or we want to provide benefits for them, we want to bow down for them. Why is that? What is the crucial element that refuses us to utilize our constitution to hold our leaders accountable? Because who voted for them? We did. There was a case, before we get to EACC, there was a case in Western. I think it was over 1 billion shillings. I don't know, my memory is correct? Over 1 billion shillings. You'll remember that case. But when he was released, what happened? Mutu wetu, he's been released. So do we really care about corruption, and do we care about society? I was in a panel last week and we were talking about Ubuntu. Does anyone know what Ubuntu is? What is Ubuntu? Speak up. It's a free forum. What is Ubuntu? Sorry? Anyone? Law students. What is Ubuntu? What is it? And it is an African concept. It is about society and it is about community. Correct? So why don't we do that? Now, let me just correct one or two things. EACC is not the bad person. You'll need to read. EACC is only the investigative arm. Okay? So they do the investigation and they hand it over to correct. EACC investigates. They make the file. They then hand it over to who? No, after DCI, there's someone else in the last chain. ODPP, correct. That is your bad person. So I'll just correct you there. Once EACC do their investigations, they now hand the file over. You all know what a prosecutor is, correct? It is the prosecutor now who has the file. And all these cases that are withdrawn that you see on TV and the newspapers, what happens? The prosecution say there's not enough evidence. There are no witnesses. That is the weak link in the chain. I won't say there are no cases at EACC that have been perhaps gone wrong. But the weak link in the chain is at the end, the prosecution charging people. That's where things go wrong. Now, I have to choose my words carefully. There was a new ODPP a few months ago. Our institutions are weak. We are dominated by individuals. If someone says something, whether it's KRA, the governor, the MCA, people do it. But in mature democracies, it is the institution that has more power than the individual. This is where we are stuck. And to cut a long story short, it is people here, you and I, that lady over there who's speaking wisely and raising her voice, it is for you to speak. When I was a young person, I used to go to the streets all the time in a different jurisdiction. Fair enough, we were not tear-gassed and beaten all the time, like the femicide group. At least in Kisumu it was peaceful, but in Nairobi, yesterday when I was in Nairobi, they were firing tear gas. They arrested Irungu Houghton, they arrested the president of the Law Society. It is your generation who can make that difference by raising your voice. The voice of George Bush here, very active. You'll need to understand that the Constitution is people-centered and it is there to hold people accountable. If you continue to worship, and in most cases it's men, but there are also women, if you continue to worship them, then we're not going to change corruption. I think someone else said, let us accept it. We are a corrupt nation, we just move on as it is. Is that what we want? No. So, Arnold, back to your question. We have two acts. We have a Whistleblower Act and we have a Witness Protection Act. So from a position of protecting yourself, you can go under those acts and you can be protected. They will take you away from your family. They will keep you somewhere private. Remember, corruption affects us everywhere. I dealt with a case in Busia where an MCA was charged with defiling a minor. That case was withdrawn because the girl who was defiled changed her story. I won't say anymore. So those are two acts you can consider. But let's look at the conversation a different way. When I do legal aid in all the different areas I do it, one thing we need is documentation, and we need to abolish these cultural issues. Arnold, your question was, how do we protect people? It's not about protection. It is about you having the evidence to come to court and giving it to the prosecutor to prosecute your case. And sometimes, for example, let me use an example of land. Sometimes the cultural issues override the issue of land. Are women entitled to have land? Are they entitled to inherit land? Yes. But we know for sure many of you will be told, you've been married elsewhere, you're not entitled. Is that correct? Yes. And we accept it. Why do we accept it? Then you don't have any documentation. So when you come to me, how do I help you? There's someone who came to my office about 4 weeks ago. You'll know CSO Network. How many know CSO Network? Right, just a few. Some of you know. They are being dispossessed of their land, but they don't have any documentation. And some of the issues are that they have accepted that if a woman is married and she has left the homestead, she is not entitled to land. So it's not necessarily about protecting yourself. It is about our institutions that work and should work. If we remove the nepotism and tribalism that is within all of us. I would disagree with my fellow panelists. I disagree with most people. We need to make a choice once and for all. Either we accept that we are scared of each other. John knows me. John, are you scared of me? No. There's nothing to be scared of different people. You don't need to be scared. You don't need to look for your tribe all the time. You cannot lie to members here and say we are multicultural when you choose to hide within your communities. Those are, for me, the two cancers we have: nepotism and tribalism. Every institution in Kenya, whether it's EACC or DPP, are infected with these two cancers. The day we get rid of cancer, we become healthy. Isn't that correct?
Wakili, I beg to comment.
Yes, sir.
Just on where you are. Do you believe that the current anti-corruption laws are sufficient enough to address the scale of corruption in Kenya? And do you believe that there are gaps?
Thank you, Honor. So there are gaps. The first gap we have is we don't have enough investigative offices or laboratories to do all these investigations. So sometimes it's a good case, but unfortunately, I know all of you know Anglo leasing. For some of you young people don't remember it, till today it affects us. Because Anglo leasing was about forensic laboratories to test, to bring that evidence to court. We are still paying the price. So how many generations are we going to burden with these failures? There is also the issue of private prosecution. You can write to the office of the DPP and request a private prosecution. You can write and explain why you want to do it. I'm doing one in Homa Bay right now where someone was murdered. The case was very clear, but somehow the prosecution did their thing. There was not enough evidence laid before the court, and the court acquitted the person. When the family wanted to appeal, it's just stuck. So they've come to me. We have written to the office of the DPP requesting us to do a private prosecution. So this is another channel that citizens need to take up. We are moving towards a situation where the laws will reflect our constitution, and that gives you the power. You must realize you have that power. Thanks, John.
My next question will be to Annette. Najua tumesikia sheria sana. For some of you inaweza kuwa class ya chemistry sasa. So I want to go to Annette. Our generation, I'm assuming that you and I are in the same generation. And do you believe that there are opportunities that we lose to corruption? And how do they affect the generation coming after us? You can answer that in 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Arnold. Sorry guys, I'm a bit under the weather. So yes, I believe the opportunities we lose as young people because we're in a society that there's the aspect of social class and there's the aspect of corruption that comes into play as well. But then the other part is looking at in different sectors. For instance, when we look into the health centers, we have money that is meant to provide services to individuals, youths, communities, but do we really have youth-friendly services in our hospitals? Do we have youth-friendly services even in the public offices that we go to? Because sometimes the youths have been labeled to be violent, to be chaotic, that when you walk into a public office, there's a way you're treated as opposed to when another person of a different generation walks into the offices. And just in terms of right now, even getting internship in public institution is very hard for the youth. You have the degree, you have the skill, you have the knowledge, you just need a space to maybe also just practice and grow your skills. But then it also ends on what do you have? Who do you have? And at some point, even for the ladies, you have to give sexual favors to just do internships, something that you're not being paid for. And sometimes it also affects people's human rights and just women's rights because we are talking about equity, we are talking about equality, but at what point do we achieve equality and equity in our public offices? Then just looking at increase in burden of healthcare access. Because of corruption, many youths are not able to get youth-friendly healthcare services. Because at some point, as a youth, you're already broke, you're just from school, you don't have anything, and it even gets worse when you're very vulnerable from a very low socioeconomic background. Getting access to services is not easy. Then it begs the question of the 4 A's. Do we have affordable services? Are they available? Are they accessible by our youth? And if they are accessible by our youth, are they adaptable? Because we have many white elephant projects that were brought up in terms of just in the name of dispensaries. We have dispensaries that are there. They are available, the building is there, but they are not accessible. They are not affordable, and if they are also affordable, then the service provider attitudes and perceptions of youths also hinder them from accessing services. Then just moving shortly to access to education. Right now we have the new funding model that is slowly impeding education in Kenya. We are looking at people coming from different places, different socioeconomic backgrounds, but the thing that levels us is our education. Sitting in a class with someone from a high socioeconomic background, regardless of your low socioeconomic background. But even at this point, we are looking at it that very soon we are going to have many high cases of school dropouts. Girls and boys not being able to go to school because when someone said from the crowd, from the participants, that if you have a kid in school, you'll find it hard. Personally, I pay school fees for my brother. It's very, very expensive to even send that 10,000 shillings because this is someone who got direct entry, but the fee is still so much. So at what point, sometimes it reached a point we told him to defy and he almost cried because you don't have the resources. As a youth, you're grappling with your low socioeconomic status, you're grappling with no employment. You don't have employment, the little you get, you have your own family, you have other people you're also supporting. So at what point do we get youth-friendly services? Then also just looking at the government and overtaxation, issues around austerity measures. At what point do we strike a balance and hold our leaders accountable as youths? We have youths in Kisumu that are really doing an amazing work in terms of accountability, social issues, and just trying to come up with initiatives to help other youths and also empower them. But we're also looking at the points where youths are going to get tired. There is limited resources, there is limited support, there is no political goodwill, and also social goodwill is also missing. At what point do we as youths get the opportunity to just get spaces? And you find even within our CSO networks, in our CSOs, you find there's also a way, you go to a forum, the way you're addressed, and personally, I know the term Gen Z seems so sexy, it's so nice, but I don't like it because it's also slowly being demonized. People are praising it on the outlook, but on the downwards, people are talking bad about Gen Zs because it's also being said that we are all, when someone tells you that as a youth, you're always right now, right there kind of a person. You want things pop. It brings another perception that for me, it doesn't sit well with me because I'm a youth that is progressive, someone who thinks and someone who looks for way forward. But when someone limits your thinking and your involvement to just ticking boxes, then for me, I find an issue with that. We talk about youth taking spaces in public participation, even budgeting allocation forums that youths attend. Is there any day that a youth has attended a public participation forum, felt their voice was heard? During feedback sessions, they got the projects they supported that are there in the final document. Personally, I've been in spaces with suggested projects for CBCs, projects for health facilities, but when the final paper comes back, there's nothing like that. You're told that there's prioritization of issues. So personally, I feel youths don't get opportunities. We're only called into spaces to tick boxes and to be seen and to add into numbers. And I think it's high time we stop that and hold our leaders accountable. And accountability starts from self, from within.
Thank you so much, Annette. Mpigie makofi. I'm seeing your reaction that I should finish. But then folks, I have a quote from Arnold. If you really love your country, then you can't get tired in the afternoon. If must go, then don't think that you are tired. So, apologies for saying that. But if you love Kenya, we'll choka sanane. Otherwise, we'll be having more of these meetings and then going back home to sleep. So, good. So I have 2 remaining questions because we are all patriots and that's why we are here. Sindio? We'll have our lunch very soon. If I'm to be stoned, as Jesus said, whoever is not sinned should be the first to stone me. So my next question is to John Obure. Every year, every quarter, we get reports from OAG, from COB, sindio? Wanatuambia, oh, Governor X, akoda adverse opinion, sindio? He used money, vibaya, County X overspent on this, but then there are the folks who approve these expenditures and allocations. So my question to you is in threefold. 1, with these reports, what do we do with them, apart from analysis? 2, how can we strengthen transparency on the issue of public debt? Because up and down, there was a question asked, how much do we owe? And to which country, to which bank, to which entity? And then, lastly, both in the county and National Assembly, took on the pick-pack committees, public accounts, public investments. How can we, or what's their role? Because sisi wenye hatujui. Tunasikia tu kuna pick-pack, but we don't know. So what's their role in ensuring accountability? And how can we collectively improve the effectiveness kama wananchi?
Allow me say that there are 4 types of corruption according to me, and they fall into one of the reports that you talk about, the Auditor General's report and Controller of Budget. There is an attitude corruption, there is policy corruption, there is budgeted corruption, and there is also what I call, and it comes back to us, public participation corruption. I want to talk about attitude corruption, giving an example of this building where we are. Arnold, this building is perfectly put. It is perfectly constructed, and we enjoy what it offers. But wacha nikuulize, si ilijengwa na watu wa mjengo? But what is our attitude towards mtu wa mjengo? We've been constructed to believe that ujenzi ni kazi ya bure. It is just casual job. It is nothing beneficial to the people. And therefore, we will not take that opportunity, because in terms of attitude, we've been made to believe, yet somebody somewhere is corrupting our mind. On policy, look at education. Arnold, is education policy in Kenya meant to churn out graduates that are going to look for jobs, or churn out graduates that are able to create jobs in the society? And if every year we churn out more than 500,000 graduates, who are going to look for jobs. How many opportunities are there in Kenya if we cannot, because of the policy, we cannot churn out those who are going to create jobs? But how do we ensure that we churn out graduates that cannot create jobs? Go to any public participation called parents' meeting, and people are told about remedial. The first thing a parent and a student or a pupil will think of is how that remedial is going to help him or her pass exams. Regardless of where you are going to get that money. And hastily, we pass that policy. Budget, remedial 1,000 per term per child, or remedial 2,000 per term per child. At the end of the day, nobody is held accountable when your child or yours, in fact, when your child fails the exams. We never go back to those teachers whom we've been given money, yet they have been given opportunity and a timetable to ensure that they impart the right knowledge to the student within the right time and leave the children to go free. The policy, we speak within us here, almost 60% of us here are youths, people below 35. We have been talking about IEBC. In the NADCO report, they talked about IEBC selection committee or selection panel. These are the majority. In that policy, I'm not seeing anywhere talking about the youth representation. And we will take more than one day, today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, talking about the inept parliament, inept judiciary, yet we don't advocate for our representation in that panel. If we have been made to think for other people, please let us not be corrupted to believe that those other people will think for us. It is our time to think for ourselves, act for ourselves, and decide which destiny is for us. With the Auditor General's report, I had earlier alluded to the fact that this Auditor General's report cannot be used to prosecute. Can we advocate for it to be a judiciable document so that we can take our bad leaders to court using that Auditor General's report? I talked about budgeted corruption. Look at PIC and PAC that you were talking about as an institution in the county assemblies or in the national government. What do you want Ken, for example? The PIC and PAC chair here is called Ken. I don't know whether he is that senior MCA, neighbor. If they budget for public toilet that are supposed to be constructed on a road reserve, a Kenha space, they budget for it, they allocate money for it, and they go implement it on a road reserve space. It is constructed, officially opened, and like in our ward, it was officially opened and left for the religious leaders to manage. Then, 8 days after the official opening of the public toilet, it is brought down by Kenha. Do you expect Pick and Pack in the assembly, who are the contractor and who passed the budget, to oversight? Those are bodies that I believe from TI, you know how you have tried to capacity build our MCAs to oversight. But because of the personal interest, they have refused to engage. The more you put more money on capacity building them, the more they get back to where they were. Then lastly, allow me to talk about the budgeted, or the public participation corruption that I must poke holes into the civil society. That's the question you posted to my colleague here. Arnold, let us look at ourselves in the face and ask ourselves as members of civil society, how many times do we attend public participation forums if there is no project we are implementing? Boni will only go to public participation if he is implementing a public participation project in his organization. You will do the same. I will do the same. Generally will do the same. We never, as members of civil society who are capacity built to engage with the budget document, because we don't want to do it as members of civil society, we leave these people. The law says it is the duty of the government to mobilize, organize, capacity build before you engage them. You can't bring someone who does not understand what components are required in a dispensary and you insist that you want to engage him or her on a dispensary. They will only talk about the building. They will not talk about the human resource required and the drugs required. Please, as members of the civil society who have the knowledge of what is in the budget, can we please make it our role to constantly attend the public participation and track the project cycle? Thank you.
Makofi vizuri. Yeah, and with that, we are done. I just want to summarize with a quote. Somebody told me it was a quote, it's a say. Jana jioni, we were talking about human rights in the country after our session at UN. And a friend told me that we are a country where all of us are lying. And if I'm to phrase from what he said, he told me that wives lie to their husbands every day, husbands lie to wives every day, children lie to parents every day, parents lie to children every day, politicians lie to us every day, and we lie to politicians every day. It's debatable. If you think it's not your cup of coffee, don't drink it. So as we toka kwa stage, I'd request mtupigie makofi vizuri. We've done a good job. Yeah, I've just measured your vizuri, and your vizuri is not my vizuri, but I'll work with it. Nikitoka kama moderator pia munipigie makofi.
Let's give them another round of applause to appreciate, sindio? Budgeted corruption. Hizi vitu zote tunakuja kuziangalia afternoon, sindio? And we are coming up with solutions in the afternoon. We want to see how do we now start solving these things, because there is a lot that is happening, sindio? Lakini sisi wenye tumejifunga macho. Obura ametuambia vitu zenye sisi wenye tuko kwa civil society tunafanya, si ndio? Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! Is Osano still here? I'm also reminding Osano, in my political education classes, revolutionary time discipline is also important, si ndio? Anytime, anywhere, that we must look at our revolutionary time discipline. We are going to have our lunch. I want us to have a consensus. After how long are we coming back here? 30 minutes. Yeah? Allow me to give you 40 minutes. Do we agree in 40 minutes you're all back here? Na tafadhali, naomba tu hivi. Tusianze, hey, comrade. With all due respect, comrades, I allow you to go for lunch.
Stunner.
Spoke for hours uncoded. And the fear when it slips out of my hands. And now I say again, I built towers for you. That could last forever. I built towers for you. Put it all together. There was something better than this. On the side for hours, maybe longer.
Kuna mtu hajashiba, si ndio? Lakini by the time tutoke hapa sio tutakuwa tumeshiba. Tutakuwa tunajua way forward. Hii mambo ya corruption iko aje? Unajua hata saa corruption masaa ingine inafanya tukuli mzuri, si ndio? Inafanya tukuli mzuri.
Marema one and only, the giver of life, iko tunanapa. Nasimama cause uko na mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia, zaidi yako Baba. Maana niko tuli nimetulia, we unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaya mbaya. Watapataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down. Iteleza baba unaniinua, janitupa wala ujanijutia. Kama ni toba zimejaa gunia, ukweli kwamba tu umenihurumia. Ngekulipa
Mic check 1. So, hello guys. Comrade Viva. Comrade Power. So, as I sat in the audience listening to the ongoing debate, I came up with a piece, and I hope you're going to enjoy it. My name is Viva. I go by the stage name Msimulizi, and I do poetry. Debts, loans to be paid. Debt, things done and not said. The bilateral we seek help from. Grants stuck on foreign aid. Each time, every time we fall for the same bait. We live for tomorrow. Today we pray for tomorrow, another day. Bonds bring bondage if mismanaged. Accountability we require page by page. 24/7 every day, now till late. Metamorphosize, break the cycle. We pray for another day, the end of these dates. Thank you.
Yes, I want to bring our hype man. Viva comrades, viva. Nataka tu dance kidogo chakula ishuke. Viva comrades, viva. So before the hype man comes, mimi ni msawa mafomu. Na kufundisha wimbo ingine. Viva comrades, viva. Tutatangaza uongo wa Zakayo kwa mataifa mbalimbali. Oh, oh. Na Kisumu tuimbe tukashifu Zakayo na Kisumu. Aya, tusimame juu as the hype man comes. Where is the hype man? Dantes uko wapi? Viva comrades, viva. I'm requesting you to rise up on your feet. Hey comrades, hata kama mmeshiba bana. Nataka kusikia huko nyuma wakiimba, sisikie wakiimba. Sasa viva comrades, viva. Unless you are sick, yeah? Unless you are, don't tumble ukae. But if you're not sick, Tap your next neighbor, mwambie simama juu bwana. Viva comrades, viva. Tutatangaza uongo wa Zakayo kwa mataifa mbalimbali. Tutatangaza mauaji ya Kindiki kwa mataifa mbalimbali. Na Kisumu tuimbe tukashifu Kindiki na Kisumu. Dantes, over to you.
Right, mic check 1 2.
Na naomba tafadhali kama kuna mtu amekaa kando yako, tafadhali simama juu. Just stand up. Because ukikaa, you're also doing an injustice to other people. Because hakuna mtu anakufanyia favor. So simama tuimbe, si ndio? Don't over to you.
Thank you so much. Are you ready? Asiwasikia, are you ready? Are you ready? Mama Milka, Mama Milka, Mama Milka. Aya, kila mtu weka mikono juu, tuanze tunapa juu. Sawa sawa, my super DJ, when you are ready. When you are ready, twende kazi. Are you ready? Kila mtu, watu wangu wa nyuma weka mikono juu, mikono juu. Aya, nani ako na scarf? Kila mtu aweke scarf. Chukua scarf. DJ take it low, take it low. In the meantime, tuko live DM Media Kenya, unatufollow pale, una like. Sawa sawa. I go by the name Hype Man Dantes, unanifollow pale IG, Facebook. Are you ready? One more time DJ from the top. Alafu unanipa sauti, sawa? Weka scarf, juu nione scarf kila mtu. Nani ana scarf? DJ one more time from the top, nipe sound technician. Nataka kudansi nitoke. Technician. Technician tuende kazi. Aya, super DJ finya kidogo. Technician sauti jamani. Wazazi wako ama wako? Wako. Hiyo haiwezi. Wazazi wako ama wako ya? Wako. Siwambie DJ afi yawa. Technician. Aya, juu hiyo story shikilia. Juu hiyo story leta alemba. Hype madness. Alafu technician tafadhali, mtu aone technician ampe soda. Uko ready? Sasa tuende kazi. Kila mtu weka juu. Sasa una clap na kitabako. Are you ready? Are you ready? Anipe volume. Kila mtu twende. Everybody. Alafu una clap juu. Twende. Everybody go down. Clap. DJ easy. What? Technician, shida ni nini? Shida ni nini? Wazazi hawako. One more time DJ Guza tusikie tena. Are you ready? Dances, we wanna party, Zema. Everybody say dances, we wanna party. Kila mtu. Kila mtu weka juu. Everybody. Kila mtu. Alafu twende chini. Everybody go down. Are you ready to jump? 1 2 3 let's go. Jump up. Aweka mikono.
juu. Twende. 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 Everybody, shika jirani, shika jirani. Shika jirani. Are you ready? Twende. Selfie, everybody selfie. Twende, twende. Kila mtu, to the left. Twende na, twende. Awacha jirani. Everybody go. Dance move and take kila mtu. Everybody. Alafu weka juu. Twende. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? DJ finya mara pili. Weka juu, weka juu. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Are you ready? Twende. Alafu weka hapa hivi. Twende. Everybody. Are you ready? One. Weka hapa hivi. Twende mapiano kidogo. Twende. Twende. Alafu weka gita zunguka nayo. Zunguka nayo. Kwa tatizo. Tuendelea ama tusiendelee DJ? DJ easy. Are you ready? Sasa nataka tuimbe sawa. Nitafutie beat ya kulu instrumentals. Are you ready? Wangapi wanataka tufanye PE kidogo? Kila mtu ako na kitambaa. Kila mtu ako na kitambaa. Weka above the head. Siwaski above the head. Below the belly. Across the You smooth those things You smooth Now swagger that bagger. Swagger that bagger. Ni mos mama Milka waru chipsy Ati balance the ball You put it where? Uliza jirani, you put it where? Are you ready? Weka hiju. Are you ready? Alafu tunaenda PE kidogo. Unanipa, nipe dance, everybody nipe dance. Tunaimba wote. Kila mtu balance the ball. Balance the ball. I take the ball. I put it here. I check the position. I play better. Ati Johnny. Eating sugar. Telling lies. Open your mouth. Watu wangu we. Arudi hapa hivi. Twende. Anguka nayo twende down low. Anguka na. Unajua set it. 1, 2, 3 twende. Set it. Sema. Piga makofi tafadhali. Piga makofi. Alafu kila mtu zunguka nayo. Unajua kudade? Are you ready? 1. Kila mtu kudade. Minadudi. Kila mtu energy. Yo, alafu tumalizie na Thank you so much. I go by the name Hype Man Dantes. Unanifollow pale IG, Facebook.
Usilime hype man. Ati mmesema nini? Ruto must go.
sababu shida za Kenya zote zinaanzia bunge, na hao wabunge kama waezi sikia wadozi wao ni yenye ni sisi, basi tunawaambia wafunge hiyo parliament, because on 25th of July the powers of the people took their power away, and tunasema hiyo bunge ni functionless because tulishachukua power yetu, na tunasema wakati imefika ya kubadilisha Kenya. Tunasema renovating Kenya inaanza na bunge. Bunge must go. Bunge must go.
Asante sana. Anajaribu kutuambia for Ruto to go, bunge must go first. Tunakubaliana kweli? Twende haraka haraka hapo hivyo tukisonga. Nataka twende hivi, turudi hivi, tumalize. Yes, Kwando.
More power to women, more power. More power to women, more power.
More power.
I'm Nancy Kwando. As I stand here, I want to talk about education. You see here in our country, all our MPs, being our MCAs, ikuwe hata women wakipokea pesa za basari. Mimi naona way forward ili watoto wetu wasisiteke kwa mashule, hizo basari waache kupeleka huko kwa wabunge wetu na waache kupeleka kwa hizo maoffices ndio sisi tuende tuchukue. Unapata wanapeleka huko hizo basari ili ule mwenye ajiwezi apate kupata. But instead of mwenye ajiwezi apate, unapata mwenye anajiweza anajakua yote. Kwa hivyo naona way forward ni hizo mabasaries zipelekwe pali inafaa kwa mashule. Juu zilikuwa meant for students, let it be for students. All students to benefit from it. And then tuliongea hapa tukasema ati kwa mashule unapata watoto saa zingine wanafukuzwa kwa sababu ya tuition money na maybe lunch programs. Let us create, or the government or these NGOs, to create more spaces for children to have their lunches in school. It is so sad for a parent who is having 7 children to produce for all those 7 children. Na hizi mashule zetu unapata watoto wanalipa lunch kulingana na shule. Kuna shule hata yenye nalipa up to 70. So, hizi ma NGOs ama spaces yenye government inaweza provide, provide lunch for all those children. It still saddens me kama mtoto anaweza kosa lunch na pengine nyumbani pia anakosa. Ya pili, way forward kwa wale wenye wanasema watoto wanafukuzwa for tuition money. I think this is a responsibility for all parents. If you agree, all of you, watoto wakae shule. Hakuna kulipa mambo ya tuition money. Kama itakuwa ni maelewano yako wewe na mwalimu, that is up to you. But inafaa iwe ni wewe kama mzazi jukumu lako kusema no kama inakuumiza.
Asante sana. Nataka hii mic iende kule nyuma kabisa, alafu irudi hivi juu. Msijali, mtabebe mkono sana. Wacha tumalizie hapa, tukuje hapa, tumalize.
Huko mwisho kuna mic pia, so you can jump.
Allow me to come in front.
Yes. Madam, umesema wewe tu lazima ukuje hapa.
Ni vizuri, ni vyema.
Elders mko na mambo.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Let the fire keep on burning. My word to you, and given that ni majenzi ndio wako wengi, knowledge is power. How many of you sitting in this hall are aware that on the second day of this month, at the Kisumu High Court, a historical judgment came by Justice Aburuli that the right of access to information is a right that must be upheld. I had gone to court against the county government of Kisumu, included the governor of Kisumu in that petition, the county executive committee member, and the county secretary. For you to be able to engage with corruption, you must have information. That project that is taking place next to your home state, hata kama ni choo inajengwa shuleni, you must be able to know how much it costs. You must be able to engage with the bill of quantities and the scope of works. Start questioning those little things around you. You have smartphones. Most of these documents are supposed to be posted on the website of both the county government and the national government. The budget that was passed by the county assembly that you are saying must go. Before we start thinking in terms of must go, we must start thinking in terms of will they just be going, and then we say a new crop, and then we say again they must go. We must bring them to book this specific time. I am a budget facilitator trained by Uraia, Kenya, and International Budget Partnership. In Kisumu, we are only two, me and Mariam Abdallah. What we are doing is sensitizing and capacity building members of the community who are ready to become budget champions. Interact with those documents. When the CBROP that they were talking about here comes out, that document will tell you the status of implementation of the projects around your area. Go to the ground and find out if that project was done. How many of you are coming from Kapuote? How many of you are aware of financing locally led climate change action projects in your ward that are supposed to be helping in desiltation of those waterways that are actually leading to flooding in your area? Go back to those documents and look at them. And you are lucky that now going forward, Kisumu County will be posting those documents on the website, and the documents must be signed. If they are not signed, they are not authentic. Hello? 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 If you come across a document that is not signed, it is not authentic. Don't deal with it. And then move. Don't shy away from questioning the actions of your ward member of county assembly, for example. Currently, there are opportunities for Rotary. Is that not true? The vocational training slots. But you find that the offices of the MCAs are dealing with those forms. Yet that is supposed to be an executive role. How many of you have questioned that? When it becomes the role of the MCA to become an implementer, what of those people who never voted for them? Will their forms actually be honored? Let it start from where you are at home. That is the role that we are playing. That is what I want to urge you about, that as you call for transparency and accountability, not only in this county but in this nation, please arm yourself with information, use your mobile phone well, go into the websites of the county and the other national government departments, and also be ready to challenge through memorandums and petitions to the service providers, because you are a rights holder. Hello? Hello. Yes, I'm Michael Otieno Nyaguti. I am a resident of Central Kisumu Ward. I'm available for any opportunity to train. I have been volunteering to do that, and I can still volunteer to come and train your group if welcomed on board. But one thing that you must remember, corruption begins with you. Pay your taxes if you must, because that is responsibility. But then after paying, follow up how that money is being utilized. Hello?
Thank you so much, Magnum. Hii mic nataka iende kule.
Tuko nayo tayari.
Sawa sawa.
Viva comrades. Yani hata hii kuku ndogo yenye mmekula mnataka kuiwacha hapa. Thank you so much, sir. My take is very simple. And my take is that number one, you must be aware that those who vote don't count, but those who count vote. I hope I didn't confuse you. That simply means that when you vote, make sure you also count that vote. Because when you don't, then someone counts for you, and that person then votes for you. Number two, those who are seated here, change, they say charity begins at home. Change must begin with you. How does it begin? With that small card in your pocket called the voter's card. Because I can tell you for free, if all the Gen Zs that took to the streets had that voter's card by then and decided we will not go to the streets, but we will recall these MPs one by one, beginning August of this year, today as we stand here, we will be talking a different story altogether. So please take your time and go and get that card. Number three, civic education is very, very, very important. important. When I was growing up, there was a subject called GHC, Geography, History, and Civics. But in school, they only used to teach geography and history. They never taught civics. Now, for now, let's not wait for 2027 to start rushing people with public participation, or this and that. Let's start learning that civic education right now in your small spaces. Teach people what voting is and why when they vote, they take their power. Viva, comrades.
Viva. I'll take this mic there. Then I'll go there.
Viva, comrades, viva.
Then I'll come back.
Viva, comrades, viva. Thank you so much. My name is Peter Luya. I come from Siaya County. Two things. One is that I went to a doctor recently, and I was sick. And so I was expecting the doctor to treat me of this ailment that I had. The doctor looked at me carefully and admitted that indeed I am not well. But to treat me, the doctor decided that instead of giving me injections and all that stuff, the simplest thing he could do is to say, from now, you should be called Anthony. So by calling me Anthony, all the ailments I had, zitakuwa zimepona. That is the current situation we are in, where we are removing the N from NHIF and replace it with S to make it SHIF, so that the problems that were there with NHIF could not be sorted unless SHIF comes on board. Currently, there is a participation of, how do we call it? The youth bill. In this region, it will take place at Tomboya Labour College on 19th. One of the funny proposals there is the current Youth Enterprise Development Fund is going to be renamed as Youth Fund. So I get to wonder, what is it with the names? Are the names the problem? Or we are having at the top the same doctor who decided that I should be called Anthony so that all my ailments should be cured. Let us look at it deeply. And to young people that are here, the document that is being developed, the youth bill, it's a bill that will affect all of us. Upende, usipende. And as people are deliberating about it, as we are having public participation on it, ensure you take part in it, in that public participation. Ensure you read the bill, you draft your memorandums, go there physically, present your views. And importantly, as a last thing, the only way to beat corruption is to amplify voices. Whenever you hear corruption case, be loud, make noise. Thank you.
I want to go there, then come back here, then Nerudi Huku.
Okay, thank you. I'm Grace Onacha from Lake Region Food Systems Network. As we are here, my way forward is one. I have two. One, we are talking of Okoa Uchumi. How much debt does Kenya owe? How much do we have as a debt? Because we can be paying things we don't know. We are talking of accountability. Diana, please, I always see you on telly. I want you to ask the government to tell Kenyans how much do Kenyans owe the outside world. For example, how much did we borrow from America? How much are we supposed to pay? And two, education is the backbone of everything. Education is in shambles. Right now, MPs are going around putting up classes, and we have classrooms in secondary lying. The grade 9 would go to secondary because now this one is misplacement of funds. So kindly, Diana, again talk of education system. The children in public school are suffering. Our children who are in public school have gotten a raw deal because they don't have teachers, they don't have things which are supposed to be done when it comes to CBC. So as a team of civil society, let us help our vulnerable children, because those people who are able, their children are in good schools and they're getting everything concerning CBC. So we should come up as civil society. Grade 9 should go to secondary where we have laboratories and everything. There is a tussle because primary teachers want now to get the AI, and that's because of this free secondary and primary funds. So let us come up and help our students, because primary children are suffering because we don't have proper teachers. There are very few teachers. There are no facilities. Grade 9 should go to secondary. And if government took, for example, every ministry borrows, for example, infrastructure, let us know. If it is Murkomen who took 10 billion, let us know he took 10 billion from America. Kenyans are having a debt of 10 million. So let us come up with debts. We can be paying something which is not there.
Thank you.
Because all along we have been paying. What are we paying? Thank you.
Sure. Sante sana. Can I get this mic here, please?
Okay.
Yes, I've seen you. I acknowledge you, comrade.
Naitwa Chahasi. Mimi napendekeza namna hivi. Because tukiangalia vizuri mahali tuko kama Kenya, tumesikia ile mambo inaendelea. Kitu ya kwanza, kwa wale partners tuko nao, nataka tuanzishe hashtag ya kuhakikisha kwamba they publish all public debts zenye ziko katika this country. Because we are talking of debts, hatujui hizo debts ni ngapi, hatujui zilikopwa na nani alikuwa responsible. That is one. Number two, kwa partners wetu, we want now to start confronting those institutions that zimepatiwa nafasi ya kutusaidia kufight corruption. Kama EACC, we just need to start confronting them if they are unable to handle cases of corruption, tujue a way forward from them. To the side of the community, viva comrades, viva! Viva Western, viva! Number one, counties zetu ziko na corruptions mingi sana. Mara mingi sisi tuna concentrate sana kule kwa national. We need to occupy those county government offices. We ask governors, the money that has been brought to the counties for all this time since devolution, what has that money done? What are education and in health system? Ingine, tuko na MPs tulichagua na MCS na wengine. The process of recalling, as much as atujakuwa na IEBC, anytime you see a person who is not functioning well, is not working very well, and yet alipatiwa nafasi, we mobilize ourselves, we sensitize ourselves, tuanze process ya kufanya nini? Ya kurecall. Finally, ya mwisho kabisa.
Comrade, summarize.
Ya mwisho kabisa. Tuweke hii moto iende mpaka huko mashinani. Wewe na mimi tuende, we go and tell the people that it is us who has the power and power belongs to us. It should not be generally Chahasi and the rest, but it should be the whole community that we are tired and we are hungry and we need to fight. Thank you very much. Viva comrades, viva!
All sovereign powers
belongs to the people.
All sovereign powers
Belongs to the people.
Yes, is key. All sovereign powers
Belongs to the people.
All sovereign powers
Belongs to the people.
All sovereign powers
Belong to the people of Kenya.
Can I get this mic there to that comrade? Then I come back here. Then I'll go on the other side.
Viva comrades, viva!
Viva!
Viva comrades, viva! Mimi hasa kwa majina naitwa John Sugar, nikitokea jimbo la Vihiga. One thing I may say that is making us not move forward or not put these people to task is since 2010, most of our people doesn't understand the Constitution. Since 2010 is 10 years down the line, but our people are still colonized with the former Constitution. It is now the duty of we people who are here to go back to the community, sensitize the people about the new Constitution, tuwaelimishe zile vipengele ambayo zinawapatia haki za kimsingi kikatiba. Why do I say so? We cannot as an individual fight this corruption when our people doesn't understand it is their right to ask for the services for the government of the day. It is a collective responsibility, and to win a collective responsibility, then let's harmonize our people, sensitize them, wajue ni haki yao. I'm happy to the Gen Z. We are lacking this fight because tumekuwa tunakosa watu nyuma. Gen Z sasa mmejitokeza, na tukiangalia nyuma, we can see now a battalion that is now going, that is ready to take the mantle from us. Na nyinyi Gen Z, endeni nao mwelimishe wale wengine, so that as we get the masses, that's the only way we can win this. The second thing is, let us go and educate our people on the budget cycle. Watu wetu hawajui hizi makaratasi za serikali, the cycle they undergo. Bajeti ikitengezwa hawajui bajeti inatengezwa namna gani na inafaa ipite kiwango gani, pesa ikibaki inafaa itumike kivipi. Both the national government and the county government, all those CIDP, the physical strategy paper, the financial, the finance bill, tufundishe watu wetu wazielewe. Ndiposa the duty bearers akikosa, unamuka na kumnyoshea kidole, unamwambia hapa, hii ni makosa unafanya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jambo la mwisho, let us network. Kama iko shida huko Vihiga, I'm happy kitambo we used to work with the generali, tulikuwa tunapigiwa kina generali tunawaambia bwana, iko mapambano hapa na tuwezi peke yetu. Timu ya Kisumu inakuja na tusaidia. Let us network this region so that kama ni jambo iko Busia, wote tulichangamukie, the government of the day will know people are now aware tunawakosea. Ya mwisho kabisa,
ilikuwa ya mwisho,
the office of ODPP is a letdown to this country. Hii ofisi imekuwa sasa ndio mahakama zetu. Kesi ikifika to the office of the DPP, somebody just sits and anaangalia na sema this one doesn't have the threshold to go to court. Yeye ni wakili, yeye ni judge. We want amendment to be done to the office of the DPP so that hii ofisi isiwe ndio kigezo ya kutusumbua tukipigana na vita dhidi ya ufisadi.
Thank you so much, comrade. Occupy.
Occupy to take power.
So before I get back to you guys, allow me to get Diana Gishengo because she's leaving somewhere. So I'll give her atuambie 1, 2, 3 alafu tuendelee. Si ndio? Nimeona hizo mikono. Nimezimark.
Aya. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Okay. When we lose our fear,
they lose their power.
When we lose our fear,
they lose their power.
I am standing up to answer. I've been asked by my colleagues nijibu maswali ya tuko na deni kiasi gani. Sawa sawa. Hatujui. Okay? Jana World Bank pia imeprint data yenye iko na deni yetu, iko na the likely growth, na ikasema mtu asiwaulize swali kuhusu figures, they cannot verify. It therefore means we really don't know our debt. Let me give you a few examples ndio tukienda kuitisha a forensic audit muelewe ni kwa nini. Si tuko Nyanza, tuko Lake Region. Si kuna Sondu Mirio, kuna project kubwa hapo. Imekuwa hapo kwa miaka ngapi? Mingi, si ndio? Kwa hiyo project ya Sondu Mirio tulikopa billions kutoka China. Mtu akapewa contract. China ikajua hii pesa ni ya kujenga Sondu Mirio hii iishe. Ikakosa kuisha. Tukarudi China tukawaambia pesa ilikuliwa. Wakatuongezea ingine deni. Kuna scandal inaitwa ya Anglo Leasing na ingine inaitwa ya Goldenberg. All that used to happen ni mtu fulani anaamua leo tutalipa deni, The same deni 5 billion. Tunailipa tena. Currently what we have from Treasury is a register. Okay? Register. Sisi wote tulienda shule. Register unafanyanga nini? Unaandika na unamaka. Haubadilishangi. So ni ya kusema tu kuna deni. Hatujuangi ile imelipwa na haiondokangi. Finally, two things. Tunalia sana deni ya China, IMF na World Bank. Kwa kila penny, for every debt we are paying back to the outside countries, the interest is anything between 0.something to 2%. Zile ziko juu sana ni hii ya Dubai iko 8% interest. Kenyan debt averages 18%. Kila wakati our banks are making profit from giving money to the government. The Central Bank of Kenya every month gets 1 billion shillings from overdraft to government. Mshaisikia kitu kama hiyo? Kitu ambayo ni yako. Unailipa kila wakati. Ndio tuishi. How that is okay, I do not know. Then there is something that is called, there is somebody who has raised what is happening with the ODPP. Siadani tumeambiwa imeenda. Tunajua tutawalipa nini kama compensation? Sio ni deni. Watu wa kiboss walifanywa compensation. Bado sio ni deni. So hatujui deni yetu haswa. Ukiongeza pending bills na pension, unaweza pata our actual debt is extremely high. I hope this assembly can lay the parameters. Sisi kule Nairobi tuko tayari kuweka debt clock, tunataka kuweka debt kila mahali. Pale Sondumurio tutawaambia waweke invoice hapo so that we start getting to interact. So when we say debt is a problem, it is that deep. Ni shida kubwa sana hawa wanasiasa wametuwekelea. In closing, I just want to tell you, thank you very much, the people of Lake Region, for loving this country so much. May God find it pleasing to allow us to enjoy good governance in the very near future. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Diana. Just before you leave, I want to challenge you, comrades. Wasangapa anatoka Vihiga. Vihiga, I can't see you. Aya, sawa. Siaya. Nice one. Kisumu County. Ni vizuri mmeshangilia. Now this is what I want you to go back and do. Go back to your areas and do an assembly. Go and do a people's assembly in your area. Si tumesema mambo ya sensitization? Si ndio? Si tumesema mambo ya sensitization? Go back to Siaya, go back to Vihiga, in Kisumu, fanyeni an assembly. A people's assembly. Call your people, fanyeni assembly, way forward zingine mtazipata hapo, si ndio? Si tumekubaliana? Nataka tuchukue 3 peke yake. 3 peke yake. I saw Opande, I want to, you already have the mic. I'll take 4 actually. Opande, please. Then I'll get you here. Please.
Gender equality comrades.
Viva comrades, viva. Can I go on?
Go on.
Warudisha mkono chini. Warudisha mkono yako chini.
And this is what I want us to do.
Yes.
Kama umenotice kuna kitu mtu amesema, usirudie, so that we also save time. Sawa. Opande, then I come back to my comrade here.
My name is Franco Pande. I come from Moroni Sub-County. I convene Chamberlain Social Justice Center. My way forward is this. Having talked about access to information, among the things that have been said here, one very key document that informs a number of issues, corruption and all that, is the Auditor General's report. And this should be a public document. Ideally, most of us hardly access this document. And one key thing that always appears in this document that informs what I would call budgetary corruption is the pending bills. So we have county people here. Wherever we go, we should be able to, because most of these things speaks to advocacy. Advocacy to the point where we should be able to know from the county governments, how they'll be able to address this issue of pending bills and how they'll be able to unpack these pending bills so that it does not appear in the Auditor General's reports every now and again. The other issue is the funding model that has been an issue and is being pushed in the throats of the students without their involvement. I think it's possible to bring this, the funding bill back to the people so that it can be interrogated and the students themselves be involved in matters addressing this so that they can also give their views in view of this funding bill and how it affects them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, comrade.
Sawa, thank you.
Hello, comrades power. Naitwa Karua, but jina ya M-Pesa ni Masi Mamboleo. Haya, wamesema tuseme way forward. Way forward ni number 1. Okio Mtata alisema Kenya ina deni, si ndio? What are we paying? Okio Mtata alituambia Kenya hatuna deni. Number 2, inafaa tuende to advocate for health. 20% inaletwa kwa county, 80% inabaki huko juu. Inafaa tu advocate hiyo 80 ndio inafaa ikuje kwa county because health is devolved. Hapo ndo tutaua ishusha things ishisha. Number 3, let us sabotage MPs meetings. Wakita meetings tuna sabotage. Ndio wajue sisi tuko na machungu. Wakikuja kwa matanga, let us gang up. Tuwashautie you have to go. Kindiki alichaguliwa bila IBC. Gachagua akachaguliwa bila IBC. Hawa watu inafaa tuwatoe bila IBC. Tusiseme tunaogopa ati hakuna IBC. They have to go. Mkikumbuka siku tulikuwa, it was wakati tulikuwa kwa maandamano. Mimi ni millennium but I undermanad. Hiyo wakati wakaenda si uliniona? Wakaenda wakachukua hiyo coat of arm. Hivyo ndo tulichukua mamlaka yetu. Hawa watu wanakaa kwa ofisi illegally. Inafaa wote watoke. Ruto must go. Venye tulinyang'anya MPs nini? Ruto must go. MPs must go. Everybody must go. We have to govern our country. Viva power! Haya, hiyo kitu kingine nye nasema. Youth anatoka college. Wewe umetoka college this year. Hujawahi tuma mahali popote. Unaenda kwa huyu kwa ofisi. Anakuambia experience of 3 years. Na ndio umetoka kwa ofisi. Ana experience wapi? Give this youth opportunity. Ama wape mahali wapate hiyo experience. Ndio mwapeleke kwingine. Sio wanapeleka watoto wetu waende kusugua masufuria huko Amerika. And yet alafu ujinga ni tunatoa hapa watoto wetu wenye wamesoma, tunapeleka huko ng'ambo wafanye kazi. Tunaacha aje Kenya? Nani wanabaki Kenya kufanya kazi? In short, Ruto ameshindwa kazi. MPs wameshindwa kazi. Mimi naona watu wote tufanye champion waende wote. Wakikuwa kwa matanga tunaitana wasiongee. Kwa makanisa tusiwakubali. Let us not give them peace. Let them live in pieces.
Hiyo ni kali. Situmalizie tu hapo bana. Sasa, before he speaks, kila mtu enda kwa simu yako. Enda kwa simu yako. Twende kwa simu, twende kwa simu. Fungua tu simu. Na watu naona watu wafungui simu. Naona watu wafungui simu. Alafu enda YouTube. Enda YouTube. Ati hamna data. So wifi ni password ni nini? So hapo YouTube search Okoa Uchumi Kenya. Umeipata Okoa Uchumi? Okoa Uchumi Kenya. Umepata? Umepata Okoa Uchumi? Nani amepata? Okoa Uchumi Kenya. Network iko slow. Tumepata Okoa Uchumi. Si ndio? Finya subscribe. Subscribe si mbaya. Finya tu subscribe. Comrade. Please, 1 minute. 1 minute because I want to save time.
Hello. Comrades Viva. My name is George. I come from Maseno School of Law. And one thing I want to say is, especially to the groups that have opportunities to bring people together, our intention must be liberation. I know there are people who are hiding in these organizations to get fame, and then they get opportunities to be leaders, and then they corrupt, and the circle continues. So when elections draw near, we have organizations coming to the ground in the name of liberation. When time comes, they are not there. So when we call people together and come, and our goal must be to liberate this country. The only way we are going to liberate the country is to get everybody involved, especially the young guys, like the gentleman who spoke the other time and said he has never voted. We must give a direction and help people take power back to themselves.
Thank you.
So that's my position.
We must take back our power. Tumalizie hapo na hapo moja, kule moja, we close it up. Tuko wengi sana, and we won't be able to speak all of us. We also have to be honest with each other. Sasa ni sawa, ataongea kisha unajua mkitaka kusema hata toka hapa saa moja tutatoka saa moja. Haya, please 1 minute.
Long live the defiant spirit of the people. Long live. Thank you so much. My name is Sharon Golo. I bring you revolutionary greetings from Kongamano la Mapinduzi. And mine is to pose a challenge to us all. I'm glad that we're already debunking the notion that our only civic duty as a citizenry is to vote once in 5 years, and we're already having conversations around recalling our MPs. But we must remember that for us to recall our elected representatives, we must have a reconstituted IEBC. The lack of a functional IEBC that we have now is a state-manufactured crisis, because the state is an instrument of violence through which the powerful dominate the less powerful. So for us to be able to recall our elected representatives who are not doing what they should do to us as a people, we should have conversations about a reconstituted IEBC. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Let's have here then nakuja kule nyuma chukua mbili.
1 minute.
1 minute please.
Okay, Viva Comrades, Viva.
Viva.
Viva Comrades, Viva.
Viva.
My name is Darren Kemba, a human rights champion and both a budget champion. One solution I have is all budget documents should be translated to a language everyone understands. For example, you find that some people live in coast, they don't even understand the English that comes from here. So we should translate this document, budget document, to a document that a language that everybody understands. Even you find that the budget document is more technical. For example, the moderator was saying in the morning, She said that she will use simpler terms for everybody to understand. So I believe the budget document should also be translated to a document that everyone understands. Thank you.
The budget document to be translated to that language that someone can understand. Sindio? And the same thing should be done to the constitution. Sindio? Si Biblia imeandikwa na Kijaka. Mbona katiba isiandikwe na Kijaka? Sasa wale watu wa nyuma wenye mlikuwa mnako nipiga mmenyamaza, si ndio? All of a sudden. Hii mic ingekuwa ilishafika kule.
No, I thought you wanted to give the
Na uko nazima mic wewe.
Comrades power.
1 minute please.
Comrades power. Well, mimi naitwa Hassan na nimengojea sana nisikie if one ange propose that. But we all know the language every other government listens to in the world. It's only one language. Migani hiyo? It is the protests that are legally abiding. So sisi tutasema Kenya watu, mimi najua maybe people are afraid to go online, to go nini, but as youths in Kenya tumezoea kuishi maisha ya hatari. So mimi nasema everything tumesema hapa, budget iandikwe kwa hii lugha, all those proposals are good. Lakini haitawafikia. Many people tunasemanga many times tufanye hivi. So one of the things tunafaa kufanya ya kwanza mimi naona ni ya kwamba we must embrace an organized and a legal peaceful protests. Hiyo ndio kama tunataka kuchampion for anything, we have the right ya kwenda pale barabarani. Ya pili nikimalizia ni tutumie online na tukue pamoja. Kama leo tutakuwa na Citizens Assembly by Amerix and the other Cyprian Nyakundi. I ask you to join na tuungane pamoja as youths. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tutajoin. Let's have one last one from that side.
Thank you very much. Comrades power.
Ulitoa mic wapi?
Naitwa Joseph Hussein Kibore.
1 minute.
Mine is one. So far you are aware that there are calls for the Chief Justice, that is Martha Koome, to resign. Why or step aside? Why? Due to backlog of cases which are pending in courts. One of the cases is the IEBC case. Now, the IEBC case, if you dig deep into it, there is an analogy that there are tactics being used by the powerful forces to deny Gen Z's chance to vote when it comes to 2027. Therefore, it's my call as a way forward that if you engage the political players, they will tell you that the civil societies are currently the problem into reconstituting IEBC. Why? They are saying that we from the civil society, we have cases, so many cases in court. You remember Ruto the other day and Uhuru were talking of reconstitution, but because of the cases, it cannot. Therefore, it's my call as a way forward that can we talk to our players in the civil society to drop the cases which are there so that we may have IEBC in place. Thank you.
I just want to remind you, the problem is not even the civil society. The problem is not even the civil society. The problem is Ruto himself. The problem is Ruto. The problem is Ruto. Thank you so much, comrades. At this juncture, na asanteni sana. Najua tuko na deliberations mingi, najua tuko na way forwards mingi. Sasa hizo way forwards zote zingine si tuende pale X tuziweke hapo, na ile hashtag yetu ilikuwa ni hashtag tumekuwa tukitumia hapa ni gani? Funga wezi usifanye nini? Sawa sawa. Comrade, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this has been great conversation, It's been nice to hear you deliberate on issues that are pertinent to us. It's really been awesome to hear your voices, and it's been awesome to capture them. At this particular moment in time, I want to bring on board Kennedy Anjejo, the guy who has been coordinating the CSO space, to say a thing or two and tell us what does it take you to do this, but beyond that then also see if this is coming to an end. Ken, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za jioni. How are you doing? Mko vipi? Mko vipi? Okay, I think we are getting close to the end of our assembly, and I'm happy we are still staying strong. Sijui kwa sababu ya makaratasi ambazo zinatembea ama because of the agenda of the day, but I'm happy that the house is still intact. None has left, unless those attending to emergencies. So we wish to bring this to a close. So we'll begin our closing remarks. So I'll read. I think I've spoken enough off-cuff, so allow me to read something that I think I've been able to put down out of the interactions we've had in the entire day. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every person for making time. There were those ones who were invited on a short notice, but they were able to really honor our call and made it to our meeting. So your presence is highly valued and honored, and we also feel honored by your presence. And Kisumu County, Vihiga County, Siaya, and Kakamega present, thank you so much. We are proud of you, and please take our greetings back to your counties. And I hope you've really represented your counties well. So allow me to read my closing speech on this. My name is Kennedy Anjejo, for those who don't know me. I coordinate Kisumu County Accountability Alliance, which is a network of CSOs who are keen on issues of good governance and issues of anti-corruption. We do a lot in Kisumu, doing a lot of issues on budget advocacy. We are also doing a lot of memorandums. We are also in the public participation space, out of passion, not as work. So we are doing this as civic duty, first as citizens, beyond the work we do in our organizations, which we are also very proud of. So ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this assembly to a close, I have no doubt in my mind that we've spoken loud and our voices have been heard. Hata kama wa duty bearers wameamua kutulenga, mkutano yetu sauti imesikika, and I think the media were here to really capture this, and I've gotten phone calls that already the news is out and the message has been heard. So it's good the absence was not enough to deter us from speaking our mind, and I think they've gotten our stand. So I allowed you all for heeding our call to come and discuss and communicate our stand, which is no retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no retreat until we drain the swamp dry. So we have a duty to really do that. So what I want us to really remember is that the numbers we are seeing out of the scandals of billions that we are seeing, let's not just look them as mere headlines. We really need to interrogate these particular numbers based on the quality of life that is being lost, the impact on our governance, the impact of this on the future of young people who are unable to really go to school, get funding for their university education, the teachers who are not able to really get employment. I hope you are aware about the JSS issues, who are all being kept on contract and contracts and contracts. So look at it and the value of money and the things we would get at the expense of the billions we are really losing. So in the course of our day, we've been able to really unpack the issues. And sadly enough, the duty bearers have really escaped our meeting. They've refused to be here to listen to you. But the beauty of this is that I believe the journey to recall themselves has begun, even before we are able to really reconstitute IBC. So if you see your leaders missing here today, then already know that they are beginning to exit the stage. So we really need to lay our feet strong to ensure that we send them as soon as possible. And I also join in those who are really leading the call for reconstitution of IBC. I think that's something we can never escape. We have a duty to recall some leaders, and holding on IBC with court cases will not make these leaders escape. So I think we really need to add your voices to the entire conversation about reconstituting IBC like yesterday. So as we leave this particular meeting, I want to affirm to us that we should not despair. We need to live with a sense of hope and purpose. Because today, we've really demonstrated the power of open dialogue. We've spoken freely, critical thinking, civic engagement, and the unbogable spirit. We've really demonstrated those ones to the letter. And we need to really carry this to our meetings, to our organizations, and we should not live in fear. This country belongs to each one of us, and you have a stake in this particular country. So it's clear that solving these issues requires more than just policies. So we demand a shift in the way we are thinking, in the way we are doing things, in the culture. So we need to really cultivate a culture of integrity, of shared responsibility and transparency in the way we do things. And this is not just demanded of government. This must be demanded from each one of us. So in whatever space that you occupy, the critical question that you need to really ask yourself, what are you doing to help the nation Kenya? We have a project called Kenya. What is your contribution in making Project Kenya work? That is the bigger question that you should be exiting that door with a clear answer in your mind what you are committing to do after this. We've gotten challenges from this, but I think let us take the insights and the commitments that have been forged here, that have been spoken and agreed upon in this particular meeting. Let's take them to our workplaces, to our institutions, to our households. Each of us has a role to play, whether you are doing advocacy, whether you are in an institution where you are doing education programs, or in character. We also don't just need to really speak about it, we need to really practice it. So just do it. Ensure you are doing something, just do it. Just do that thing which you must do as a Kenyan to really make this country better. Together we can create a ripple effect. If this population of 400 people present here was to really scale this message back home, in Ahero, in Muhoroni, in Maseno, in Kajulu, in Kibos, in Kondele, will really create a ripple effect of change that nobody can really break. So, because only through sustained push for change and unity we'll overcome these problems bedeviling our nation and the Western region at large. We have one of the rich counties, Kisumu, Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, but these counties are really choking with corruption. If you look at the auditor's report, if you look at the control of the budget report across these our 4 counties surrounding us here, it is a sad tale to tell. So please, we have a duty and we cannot tire to really do this. So as I close this, I want to encourage each one of us to keep the fire burning, keep the momentum alive. Let this assembly mark a beginning, not the end of our collective action to challenge every form of injustice being meted on us citizens, whether by bad leadership or through corruption or through impunity. Because only through sustained push for change and unity can we overcome the challenge bedeviling our nation. So together, tushirikiane, tuungane mikono, tubadilishe hii nchi. Tuko na jukumu la kuokoa Kenya. So Okoa Uchumi has done the good business of really constituting us together here. But jukumu letu ni kuokoa uchumi ya nchi. Na inahitaji matendo, sio kuongea tu. So we have a duty. So let's all move forward and resolve to do something to save our nation. Viva comrades! Viva comrades! Viva comrades!
Viva!
Comrades power! Comrades power! Thank you all, thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, let's appreciate Ken one more time. Hiya. Let's appreciate Ken one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been your captain, Josiah Adiema, being co-captain, as well as by my capable co-captain, Mzalendo. Take a bow.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! My name is Generali. I'm a community organizer with the Kongamano la Mapinduzi. And I'm also a friend to Okoa Uchumi. I'm a friend to TISA. And I'm here in solidarity with you, comrades. The fight must continue. The fight for a better Kenya must continue. We must not lose the morale. The government must not sell us fear. If the government comes to you at night as an activist with a gun pointed on your face, tell them shoot and shoot now. As an activist, you don't beg for mercy. Viva, comrades, viva. Thank you so much.
They thought that is the yin to my yang, and he has done a splendid job. I've been with him doing this for the first time. Sonia, that was a good combination, and his energy levels were matching mine on this level. So, Mzalendo, you've done a splendid job. It was said, though, somebody noted within the audience, Sonia, somebody noted that we did not meet the affirmative action to the aspect of moderation. So you want to watch on that next time. And it was said. So that they didn't say we did a bad job, but they said just if only Josiah had a female also moderating. They did not think you are the moderator. I do not know why, but that is what they said. However, at this particular moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, we are handing over this microphone to Sonia to take us home, and may the good Lord be with you.
Niseme comrade power. Hapana, ama ni sauti yangu imeanza vibaya. Comrade power. No retreat. No retreat. No surrender. Sauti yako. No retreat. No surrender. And in that spirit, she has been not all of us were the best, but her energy for me was high. We clap for her? Okay. Was I wrong? She's saying we are not clapping. Hebu tumpigie makofi asikie vizuri. Mine is to say thank you to all of us for hosting us. And I don't know if there's a church representative with us to say thank you to them for hosting us at such a short notice. I had to go slow because S zilikuwa mob na ingesho kwenye natoka. Now, another final word, Adiema, wherever you are, watu wa affirmative action, nilikuwa hapo katikati yao. Ni venye sikuwa nataka kukua face ya the day, sindio? But I'm really glad they have done a good job. And one of the highlights for me is we remained. Wenye wanakujanga kwa mkutano tunajua watu huenda. But at the end of it, I can still see very many faces that I saw here at 8 a.m. And I'm glad to be with you here till the end. Additionally is to add and to echo the words of both the three speakers that have spoken before me. As we live here, no one is going to do the job for us. Si ni ukweli? There is no one who's coming to clean the sewer in front of your house. You have to do it by yourself. When we say no retreat, no surrender, it does not mean that I take myself to harm's way. I lead our work on social accountability. Social accountability ni ile, ni wewe unachukua jukumu lako kuambia mwenye ako na jukumu ya kumake sure uko na kitu, anafanya jukumu lake venye inafaa. So kwa hiyo statement yote iko na jukumu mingi. Jukumu la kwanza ni mimi, niko na jukumu. While the government has a responsibility to build the roads, you have a responsibility to use the road well. That is why ukichoma taa yako kwa barabara utaweza fungwa. Si ni ukweli? So tukumbuke hiyo cycle yote, hata wewe you are the beginning of the cycle. As civil society tutafanya pande yetu. But at the end of the day, mi si civil society. Mi ni citizen. Natoka mahali kwenye inafaa kuwa na services. Ukiona service high work, then we all need to come together to push that service to work. Tunapatana? There is someone who said, alikuwa part of the panel, and I can't remember his name, but it started with a J. He spoke about auditing. Tunajua audit. Ukienda kwa hospitali upate pharmacist yuko, what do you do? Huwa tunafanya nini? When you go to a hospital and there is no pharmacist, what do you do?
Unatoka nje unaenda kununua dawa.
Nani mwingine aside from kwenda kwa chemist ingine, wengine tunafanya nini? Unarudi home. Na kuna wengine wetu tunapanga line, tunangoja arudi saa 8, si ndio? Yet saa 7 haikuwa imefika. So those are some of the things we pick. Kama unajua mtu anafaa kuwa kwa hiyo ofisi na hayuko, and it is still within their working hour, you have a right to demand, not ask. Sawa? But I'm not also saying uende na kiburi, you know. Mi ukishikwa usinipigie. Si ndio? You be wise. Mapinduzi man. We call him Generali in Nairobi. Generali, jana alikuwa femicide ya Nairobi. Mimi nilimpigia simu nikamwambia usishikwe. Juna kungoja Kisumu. Make sure umefanya kazi yako yenye unafaa kufanya, lakini usishi. The final thing I'll say, there is power in numbers. There is power in what? There is power in what? Watu wa roya mbele yote msionge. There is power in what? If you go alone, you are likely to get where you're going, but you will have used so much force. Sindio? But if you go as a team, you're likely to win other people along the way and hit a bigger goal. So let that be our parting shots. We are doing this to end corruption in our county. We are doing this to end corruption so that me and you have an opportunity to live the best lives we can live. Tukienda kuongelea shina sha, please make sure unajua shina sha ni nini. Usianze kuongea rumors. At TISA and at Okoa Uchumi, everything we do is backed by evidence. Sawa? Ukisema shi haikupati hii, please confirm kwanza kama inapeana. Ndio usiende watu waseme huyu ajui Kenya anasema. And that marks the end of my remarks. And with that, I want all of us to clap for ourselves. Hata kujipigia makofi unapigana uchovu. Clap for yourself better. We did start with a prayer.
We did, right? So we need, I would request, kama kuna mtu ameshikwa na uwepo vizuri, aje atuumo. Thank you, Mama.
Hello, everyone. Actually, before I pray, I thank God for this opportunity because actually I've learned a lot and I've grabbed 1, 2 things that I'm going to use to empower others who are not here. Because actually I've worked in hospital sector, NGO, but mi hujiuliza maswali zenye huwa sijijibu, but at least leo nimepata hiyo idea na nikajijibu mwenyewe. So mwenye hakuwa hapa labda kama atatuwatch atalearn 1, 2, 3 things. Na sisi wenye tuko hapa pia tunaweza tumia hii knowledge ku empower others na ku create awareness. Sawa? Haya, si lazima tushukuru kama tumesimama. Yeah, kwa wale ambao wanaweza simama pole. Okay, tufunge macho. God, we thank you and we honor you. You created this opportunity for us, Lord, and we started well with you, and we have finished well with you, Lord. For all that you have learned, for all that has impacted us, Jehovah, we just ask you to let us sensitize others and engage more in this so that we can create awareness to fight corruption and other things that are affecting our country. In Jesus' name.
Have a great evening as you go home. I hope all of you in one way or another mmesign karatasi yoyote yenye ilikuwa inapitishwa.
Nakubaliana.
Karibu tunamaliza. Haya, wabaya kama
Kuna chai, I forgot.